Hello and welcome to episode 25 of the Long Distance Stitchers. My name is Megan,
I'm also Megan.
and
And I'm not
today
Megan, I'm
we have a
Amy.
very special guest. Amy is joining us all the way from Oklahoma, and she's going to join us for our year-end whip parade. And if you thought a double whip parade was crazy, get ready for a triple whip parade because
So
yeah,
much fun.
that's what's happening.
I'm so excited to be here with you guys, everybody.
I'm excited to have you.
And
So,
this is going to be our most viewed video, I bet.
100%. We both met Amy at Stitch North last year, and she is amazing, and she stitches amazing things. And we were like, you know what? You can't keep hiding your stitching from the world. Everyone needs to see it. So,
Well, I'm here to show it off, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me on your channel.
We're so happy here too. So did you want to tell us a little bit about how you started stitching? And
Yeah, so I started stitching a long time ago, back when I was probably in grade school. My mom was a very crafty person, and she started me out on plastic canvas. And of course, this was in the 80s, so I made a lot of like tissue box holders, as you do, and then eventually graduated to full-on cross stitching on Ada, basically with kits and things. And I cross stitched all the way up until I was out of college, so well into my 20s. And I think I stopped right around the year 2000. I don't know what happened, but I stopped right in the middle of a project, and didn't pick it up again until 2020, like a lot of people. So I have a similar story that a lot of people did. In 2020, I started looking for ways to occupy my time, and fell into diamond painting first, and then found Rachel Ray, and started watching some of her videos. And then I noticed she had these Flosstube videos about cross stitching, and I thought, hey, I used to cross stitch. And so she was talking a lot about Season of Smalls from Miss Late Pages was hosting, our friend Jessie. And I thought I could try something small and just see if I want to get back into it or not. And so I bought a little kit from Joann's, and did my first season of Smalls, and the rest is history. I haven't put it down yet. So it's much different than when I would cross stitch as a younger adult, as a younger person. We didn't have a community back then. It was a solitary thing, and it was kind of a lonely craft. And now there's this amazing community. There's retreats, there's YouTube, there's Twitch and Instagram, and met so many people from all over the world. And it's a totally different hobby now, and I'm really happy that I came back to it. So yeah.
Every time I try to tell people, I'm like, oh, I'm shooting my floss tube on the weekend, and then they're just like, what is that? And I'm like, it sounds crazy, but there's a lot of people who are really into it. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't seem
there's
like
hundreds of Flosstube
like
channels. It's
yeah,
amazing.
Flosstubers have tens of thousands of followers,
yeah.
right?
Like
This is not.
not really a niche thing that like people think it is, but then like, yeah, there's
Yeah.
millions of us.
And I've learned so much from the community. Like, when I was stitching before, well, the internet wasn't a thing when I was little. And so, there was no loop start, there was no Q snaps, there was no any of that stuff. And so I've just like learned so much from the community, and like, you can only get better at it the more you do it. And it's really nice to have a community now. So it's great.
Yeah. And yeah, now you're part of our community.
Yay.
All of our fans will love you. If they don't know, I feel like a lot of our people that watch us regularly kind of already know who you are.
They're already.
Yeah, because they're the coolest,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
So are we starting with our tarot cards?
Yeah.
Get my
Oh, get your stand ready.
Oh, I need to get one of those.
They're handy.
Oh.
I got these little blocks off Amazon that I thought would be good for pictures and for tarot cards. They're too light.
Mhm.
It's too
Oh, I have one at work because I usually do a tarot pull at work, and I have one of the little nuggets from
yeah.
Wild Rainbow, and the ones that hold they've got like a slit in the top that holds something, and they're perfect for tarot cards. I need to get one for home too.
Yeah. Right. Well, Megan, do you want to start? What did you
Sure.
pull?
Sure. So I am using the Silver Acorn Tarot today, which is by Stephanie Bushima.
Ooh, that's a new one.
It's shown
Pretty.
or maybe not. I don't know. I've had it for a little while.
Okay.
But I drew today the Five of Cups, which is a card about grief and loss.
Mhm.
That's a cool. I like the design though.
The art.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This one, I was influenced heavily by our friend Jessie, Miss Lay Pages, to buy this deck. Because
They
Very
are
cool
a
art.
fantastic influencer.
yes, they
Mhm. Very, very much.
too much sometimes. Thank you, Jessie. But yeah, so I really like this deck, and I think I drew this today because I am reflecting a lot because a very special cat passed away yesterday.
Mm.
So yeah, just it's in the right place. So.
Mm.
All right. I'm drawing from my Divine Tarot again, Tarot of the Divine. And I drew the Eight of Swords, which in this deck is the French fairy tale Donkey Skin. And the Eight of Swords represents being caught up in your own insecurities. Donkey Skin was forced into hiding to escape a bad situation. Now she is faced with the decision to continue the life she has created or step out of her self-made prison. Wow.
Hmm.
All right, cards, I get it.
Nice.
Anxiety, victimhood, feeling trapped, paralysis, and crisis. Well, I can definitely
Oh.
understand feeling trapped. I don't think I'm in crisis, but yeah. But that's a pretty, visceral card. I don't know why she's naked
Mm.
under her donkey skin.
Hmm.
It must be cold.
That's cool. And I drew from it's the Colors of the Universe tarot deck. That's the back side of the card. It's from an artist in Istanbul named Denise. It's Deniz. She's on Instagram. And today I drew the Ace of Wands, which is all about inspiration, new opportunities, growth, and potential. So I'm hoping that this brings good things for 2024. I have a lot of plans in 2024. So I'm going to manifest the Ace of Wands into all the new opportunities and growth for the coming year, hopefully.
I love that.
I'm also totally going to check out that artist later on.
These cards are amazing. The colors in them, the artwork, it's very ethereal, and I just love the artwork of that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
do you okay, go ahead.
Before we get into the showing of the things, our friend Christy at Pixel Pixie Cross Stitch wanted to do a gift away for one of our viewers. And so she's offering up any one of her PDF charts. So you know that we are big fans of Christy around here. I'm trying to share screen. It's taking a hot minute. What we would like you to do is to go visit Christy's website, which is pixelpixiestitch.com, and check out the listings of PDF charts and tell us in the comments which chart you would want to stitch from these. Like which one's your favorite, which one catches your eye. This one always catches my eye. I've stitched it twice. So you know. There's lots to choose from. So yeah, check out her website and leave a comment below about which one you want to stitch, and also fill out, there will be linked in the description a Google form. Fill that out so that we can make sure that if you are the winner, the chart makes its way to you. Very important. You'll be seeing some more from Christy as part of this WIP parade.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we have sort of devised a process for this because it's going to be a crazy long video anyway. In order to make it not just like one of us and then that. So we're going to go sort of like in a round, and we're each going to do like 5 projects ish. It's going to be a mix of finishes and WIPs, just like basically a culmination of everything we worked on this whole year.
Work on.
Some of those.
Or have available to work on. And then that'll be the end. So that's, yeah, settle in. There's a lot to get through. I didn't think I had that much stuff, and then I actually started counting, and I have a lot more than I thought. So yeah,
Megan has more WIPs than I do, which
that just means I started more things.
yeah, but it means you started a lot this year, because I started with 40 WIPs and I did not finish very many of those. Did not start with 40 WIPs, so a little bit of startitis this year.
Yeah, I definitely had some startitis, and I even just as I was like going through things this morning, I was like picking up things, and I was like, I could easily finish this. Like, it's so close,
Yeah.
or like so small, and it's like, why did I just like stop and start working on something else? But
yeah, it's fine. It'll be a quick win whenever you come back to it.
Exactly. All right.
On an order.
Should we let our special guest go first?
Absolutely. I'm gonna pin us as we go.
All right.
I'll help people.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Well, I'm going to start. I kind of divided up my WIPs and my finishes. So I'm going to start with my current WIPs. Starting with my oldest WIP, which will be finished sometime this year. This is Girl with a Primrose, artwork by Alphonse Mucha, who is one of my absolute favorite artists. I love the Art Deco, Art Nouveau style of artwork. I started this because I saw Jackie from Adam Hart Cross Stitch on TikTok finish this, and I fell in love with it. So I bought the pattern. I'm not gonna say where I bought it because back in 2020, I don't know that I bought it from a wholly legitimate source, so I'm not going to recommend it. Knowing what I know now, I wish I knew what I knew then. No, I wish I knew what I know now. But I am very close to a finish on it. I have about, I think about 2,000 stitches left on it, just that lower corner there. But I am going to finish it this year. I'm saying it right now. Because she is my oldest WIP and I want to get her up on the wall as soon as possible. So I'm loving stitching on her.
Absolutely.
Yes. I started her back in September of 2020. So she was pretty much one of the very first projects that I started. I decided to start kind of big after that season of smalls. Then I went big. My next WIP is Relentless from Ink Circles, which I don't have a whole lot done on. This was a piece that I started for Pride in 2021 in June. It's got a lot of meaning to it in terms of like gender symbols, and obviously the rainbow threads. I'm using all the called for threads on it, so that's what it's going to look like eventually. I haven't actually worked on this in quite a while, so it's another one that I need to pull back out and get started on, but it's just on an 18 count white Ada.
Beautiful.
Pretty.
Thanks. And then next I have a Mermaid Garden from Tiny Modernist that I started for Mermaid back in 2022. You're going to see a lot of mermaids in my WIPs and finishes because I love mermaids. And basically I got her done what I had initially thought with this is I wanted to stitch this 3 times and do like different colors for the body and the skin and the hair, and kind of make them like different, just different colors and on different fabric and things. I don't know that I'm going to do that now, but she's another one that I love, and maybe this May when it's Mermay again, I will get her back out as well.
I also have a lot of mermaid projects, and I have not heard about Mermaid before, but I think I have to do that this year.
Yeah, yeah. It's I don't think I made it up, but
We can make
I
it a
got I
bigger thing.
yeah, I have a lot of mermaids, including this one. This
Oh,
is from Stitchy Princess Black. This is called Underwater World. And I started this back in I don't remember, but it was when we started doing the Stitch for Ukraine, after the war started in the Ukraine. And so Stitchy Princess Black is a Ukrainian designer, and I bought several of her patterns. I'm about halfway done with this. I love it a lot. I'm just pulling random silks out of my stash to use for the colors, so it looks nothing like the model, but that's okay. I am not someone who is afraid of changing fabric and floss colors and kind of making it my own. So I'm just kind of pulling random stuff out, but
that's gorgeous. And I don't think
that's
I've seen
fun.
that pattern.
Yeah, it's a nice one. I think I have a picture of the full, whoops, if I can get it to focus there,
You've
maybe,
seen that one,
maybe
but
not.
it looks.
Yeah, I love her. I love the style of artwork that she does. I just bought one of her Christmas patterns that I had
Mhm.
intended to do this Christmas and ran out of time, but they're pretty easy too because it's just motifs. It's not full coverage or anything. So yeah, I like
Yeah, I
that
have a
one.
couple of hers too. I've only started one so far, but I really like it.
Yeah, I have several of hers that are on the to be stitched list if I get enough time, as every stitcher's problem is. And then I have what I started for Spring Fling 2022, from Dee's 20 Stitches and Uncanny Kari. I started Don't Touch Me. I kind of like this. I want to put this in my office at work. I don't know why, but I didn't get very far on it. I think the only time I worked on it was actually during the Zoom
Mm.
retreat that we had, which was a lot of fun. And I really want to finish this one this year too. I love this fabric. It's a Brenna needle, and the flosses are Brenna needle, which are just delicious and amazing. This pink is everything. And I love the sentiment of this pattern too. So yeah.
Yeah,
Dan Curry are one of my favorite design duos. They
yeah.
knock it out of the park every time, and their retreats are a lot of fun. So Spring Fling 2024, if it happens, don't sleep on it.
Don't tell people that because they're so
Oh,
I mean,
right. Well,
it's too
sleep
late. You
on it
can't sign up. It's too
a
late.
little bit, right? Too
Yeah.
late. Don't do it.
Next year.
I
Next year.
haven't started that pattern yet, but I also want it for my office.
Mhm.
It's a good one. It's a good sentiment for a lot of reasons. So yeah. So those are my first 5 whips.
All right.
Do you want to go next, Megan?
Yeah, I'm gonna do my 3 biggest finishes because they're taking a lot of space up on my desk, and then I can clear them away. Okay, so I had a big year for finishing long whips. The first one I think that I finished was this quilted lighthouses, which I started at the very beginning of my stitchy journey. It was like 2020, I think, possibly earlier. No, I think it was 2020. So I finally finished that this year, and I even fully finished it. It's just like a hanging thing. Yeah. So I finished this one, I think, in like February, if my notes are to be believed. And then the other biggest one that I finished was this, which I no longer have. was this boat birth sampler that I made for my friend's son. He is turning 4 next year in March. But yeah, this was a labor of love. This taught me a lot of things that I do and do not like when it comes to stitching, and things that I would definitely do differently if I was going to like tackle something like this again. So, and I'm very proud of myself for finally finishing it and getting it out to them. And then my last big finish. So this one I finished in August, and then I fully finished it, I think, a couple months ago. And it's Aloha by Stitchrovia. And this one, it doesn't look like it's that much stitching, but it's a lot of stitching and a lot of color changing, and yeah, this took a while. So, but again, very proud of myself for finishing this big piece, and now I have this beautiful thing that I can hang on my wall all the time. And this
I
one,
love that one, and I love how you finished it.
yeah, this is probably one of my favorite finishes so far, and it's because of like learning from like Flosstube and like seeing what people make, and I'm like, oh my god, I can do that. So, and then I'll do some journal pages just because my journal's here too. So the other two little finishes that I had this year that I did in my journal. So this is Song of Nowruz from Marumi Designs. We love her. This is the only one of hers that I've finished so far because she designed some big things. Yeah, this was her spring pattern. And this is on 18 count strawberry lemonade from the sewing shop, Kaylee. And I used also her floss called Unicorn Dreams. Yeah. And then I just finished it on my journal page. And then this one, I finished this one at Stitch North. And this is Strawberry Dreams by Barbara Anna. And I did it as the like wild card Sal that Miriam challenged us to do this year for her birthday, which was like take a floss or something that you don't really know what to do with and stitch something with it. So that was my inspiration for this because it's supposed to be like pink, and I made it basically purple and blue. And it's on a 14 count hand dyed fabric from Million of Stitches, and I finished it in my journal.
I still like it so much. It's black.
Mm-hmm. It is now Black Dreams. So there, my 5 biggest finishes, I think, is those.
Awesome. Makes me my turn. I have my stuff in chronological order from start date. And so for the first little while, we're going to see a lot of things that look very much like they did this time last year. The first up is my oldest WIP, which is The Shores of Hawkrun Hollow, which I did not touch at all this year. I started it in December of 2019, so it is over 4 years old now. It could be done. It's 2/3 of the way done. There, that's kind of straight. I'm stitching this on a Stormy Skies Lugana 25 count, I believe, 1/1. And I'm using the DMCs mostly as called for. I've added some A12 to make it sparkly. And this square here is like in memory of Lieutenant Jacob Pomeroy or something it says on it. And I don't like words in the first place. I don't know who Lieutenant Jacob Pomeroy is, so I just added some secretures, which I took from mostly other things, and I added in this way also. I also decided it's mostly full coverage. I decided that the fabric could do the work instead of stitching all those stitches in there. So
yeah, I agree.
That is my Shores of Hawkrun Hollow. Next up, I have a UFO. I'm not going to show the unfinished object, but longtime viewers know that I had a Haid project, which saw very little love. I didn't even have a page done on it. I'm not a huge fan of full coverage stitching in the first place. And really, I wanted it because I liked the image. And the Haid project was called Queen Elizabeth, and it was Christina, oh gosh, her last name is not going to come to me, and it's not on this. But the artist, I was never able to find like prints of the work. And then I was talking to Allie about it at the Jingle Ball and tootling around on the person's website, it's because she has a different name for it, which of course now I don't have either. So if anybody wants to know, I can let you know. But the artist has a different name for it. So when I was Googling Queen Elizabeth, all that was coming up was the Haid chart. But look, I bought this little print. 9/6 comes with this nice little cube frame, and I'm collecting everything. And so now I have the art, and I don't have to spend 800 years of my life stitching. So that project
Very.
to be taken apart. The floss can all go in my collection. I will have multiple skeins of some colors of floss that I don't know that I use very much in other things, but we'll see. And I will reclaim the fabric and I will move on with my life. So that's down a WIP parade right away there.
Good for you.
Next up is, I call it Skeleton Mermaids from Roberus. I don't know that it has an actual title. The chart just has a number on it. But these pirate mermaids, I did not work on this at all this year either. So it is what it is. They are much larger than one would imagine. This is stitched 1/1 on a 28 count. So you can see if it was not 1/1. And it's of DMC and hand dyed flosses in there. But they are lovely. Eventually I'll get back to them. I'll do those bodies on them and move along. But it's also a lot of white stitching, which I've also come to find that I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
Number 4, I have Cape Cod Boys, which is a primitive needle chart. These are hard to come by, but I have them. So Cape Cod's Boys, they have no sleds. They slide down hills on codfish heads. And this is one of a pair. You'll see the other one later. I have not stitched on this at all this year either, which is a shame because there's honestly not that much left, although that border is a bit of a beast. This is done on a 32 count bramble from Picture This Plus with the called for flosses, which are not flosses that I use anymore, but I got it all. I got all the flosses when I got the charts, so I will use them, and then that'll be that. But yeah, I really like this. So, you know, there's not much more to do. I should just sit down and do it, which is what I should say about all my projects.
Yeah, I'll be saying that a lot. This.
And the thing is that when I look at how long it takes me to finish other things, like I count up the days that I've worked on it, like I could be done, like if I just sat down and did them.
Yeah, absolutely.
The designers are our worst enemies because they keep putting out new stuff.
Right? I know. It's impossible.
Crazy clip. Like some of these people are releasing like a new thing every month. It's like
not keep up. And then I have Jackalopian Tapestry, which I have it printed in black and white. Here's color. I don't think we need more than that. And so I'm doing this on a 32 count chenille from Picture This Plus, again with the called fors, not necessarily things I would buy anymore. The rabbit is done in a dinky dye silk and it is luscious. Rabbit jackalope, you know, that guy in the middle, and there's DMC in there as well, but it's really pretty. I just need to sit down and work on it because it didn't take me very long to get this far. It probably would just take a few days of solid stitching to finish. So those are 5 of my WIPs. We'll go back into
Yeah. So my next one is Nevermore from Leela's Studio. I love this pattern so much. I wanted to stitch it, and I actually won it off of one of Michelle Bindy's D-stashes that she was doing for the MMIWG2S charity auctions, I think in 2021. And I started it pretty much as soon as I got it from her because I love it so much. I usually pull it out on Dark 13 days when I remember. I've got about not quite half of it done, but I'm doing it on a green fabric, which I love. It's a Be Stitch Me fabric, and I'm using the a floss pack from Forbidden Fiber Co. She's got a whole conversion for the chart, so I'm doing it on that. So January Dark 13, if I remember. I'll pull it out.
More
Hopefully I'll remember. Yeah, I love it on the green fabric. I think I kind of went outside my
Really
comfort
cool.
zone with that, but I think it paid off. Next I have Kristen, the
I love
Arctic
this
Ocean
one.
Mermaid. Oh, she's so pretty. I think I started this back, I started it in 2021. I think it was Julie, Kansas City Girl in a Colorado World, and Shelby from Stitches by Shelby. We're doing a SAL called Mermaids Are Real SAL. And I hopped on that because mermaids, and I love her. And I'm almost done with her.
Wow.
She is completely finished except for the beads. But she's got all the Krynic in her and all the silk and everything. And then I just have her little beluga whale companions to go. I've got about half of one of them done.
Yeah.
And then she's got a ton of beads on her, which I will do at the very end. But she's another one that I want to see as a finish in 2024. And I think the next time I pull her out, I don't think she's going to go away again until she's done. There's a lot of stitching still left to do in those beluga whales, but I think if I focus on it, I can probably finish it within, I'm going to say, a week. So
Oh yeah.
she's definitely one I'm going to pull out pretty soon in the year.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
Is that a
I
Bee
love
Stitch
her.
fabric? Is that a Bee Stitch?
This is actually Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers, which is another one that I use a lot because I was in both her Gwen's Fabric Club and Bee Stitch Me for a long time. I finally canceled them both because I have enough fabric to stitch everything in the world on, but it was very hard for me to get rid of those fabric clubs. Like I kind of miss them and I kind of want to do them again, but I'm also trying to be a little bit reasonable. But this is called Mermaid Lagoon, and I thought it was just perfect for an under the sea fabric. So Gwen does some beautiful, beautiful fabrics.
And the colors pop off it so well.
Yeah, definitely. The next one I have is from our friends Dee and Kari, Transpired Tapestry. This is on another Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers fabric. This is called Lavender Mist. And I love the way these colors look on this fabric. You probably can't tell, but the unicorn is, the white part of the unicorn is all in a toile, and she sparkles like a friggin' disco ball, and I love it. We are going, my dad and my sister and I are going on a cruise at the end of January. Not the cross stitch cruise, unfortunately. We had already booked this one, so I figured I can't.
2 cruises in a month would be kind of insane.
Yeah, and we had already planned this. So next 2025, if they do another cross stitch cruise, I'm there. Sign me up. But what I want to do is kind of, before we go on the cruise, do a lot of the outline of the flowers around, because I think this would be perfect just travel stitching. If I can get all those outlines done, then all I have to do is fill in, which would be pretty easy to do. So that's my plan on this one, and hopefully get a finish on this one in 2024, because I want to start the Lesbian Pride one. And then I don't know if you guys saw, someone else is releasing a unicorn coming up pretty darn soon, and talking about Miriam, and it's amazing. I want to stitch that too.
Yeah, she shows like half of it, and I'm like,
yeah,
yeah. The border alone, those little tiny perfect unicorn heads at the border.
It's amazing. And is it a coincidence that she's releasing it on my birthday? I mean, it's her birthday too. We share a birthday, but I mean, you know, so yeah, that one. I don't want to start another unicorn before I finish this one, Trans Pride. So that's definitely going to be a focus on a finish, so I can start the other two, because when you finish one project, you get to start two, right? That's
absolutely
cross stitch your map.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. Perfect. So the next WIP I started on June 19th. This is for, I started it for Juneteenth in 2023, and I have a needle minder on it that is keeping it together. This is the Freedom Motif Sampler from Nuri at Shaded Stitchery, and I absolutely love this. I tried my hand at hand dyeing some floss for this. So these two, the colors in the water, are both roughly hand dyed by me, or not hand dyed, over dyed, I guess, because I took existing DMC colors and kind of added some black and blue to them to kind of make them a little bit more variegated to hopefully look like flowing water.
They do.
I love the effect that it got. I'm probably about halfway done with this. But I love this. I love the motifs in this, and Nuri again kind of on her Instagram just a couple days ago, she posted a couple more of the motifs and kind of the meaning of them. So this is cornbread down here, a pile of cornbread. This is a bowl full of watermelon, and these are black-eyed peas. So talking about how important food is to culture and resistance, and yeah, so I love the symbolism in this piece.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
You'll see
Another
a couple of Nuri's designs.
List. Yeah.
Needle.
Not stitching it yet.
Yes, yes. And then this is one that I have not stitched on in a while. This is Reaching Skyward from Jacob Modern Folk Embroidery. This is the 2023 Sal. And I went gung-ho on it starting January 1st. This was my New Year, New Start. And I love it. I use the same colors that I used in the 2021 Fruits of Plenty Sal because I fell in love with those colors together, and I think they're stunning together. It's 3808 and 3830 DMC, and it's just on white Aida. And this is as far as I got. I think I worked on it last in April, and I haven't picked it up again since. It's kind of in a timeout. I want to finish it, but it's kind of been put on the back burner. But I'm definitely going to start the 2024 Sal on January 4th. I've already bought it. I have my fabric and floss picked out. So yeah, it'll probably be finished before this one, but I do want to finish this eventually.
And it will keep just fine for when you're ready.
Exactly. The pattern doesn't go bad, right? It's as big as a bed sheet. And I love it. I love it. I have the 2021 one that I actually got that one professionally framed, and it's hanging above our fireplace, and I just love looking at it, and wanted to frame this one in the same kind of frame because they're exactly the same size. Jacob did that, made them on the same size on purpose. Yeah. So I think it'll be a good kind of companion piece to that once I get it framed in a very similar frame. Once it's done. Yeah, so there's 5 more of my WIPs.
Fantastic. Meg it on the spotlight.
Okay, so I'm gonna do some of my WIPs now. All right, so longtime viewers will remember my oldest WIP is this Dimensions kit that why is my light being weird? Yeah, it's a Dimensions kit. I'm not stitching it from the kit. Don't be like me, kids. And I am 3/4 done. Wow. So all I need to do is finish the lighthouse section here and then do my words, and there we go. And I will be done with this, and I will somehow like make it like a wall hanging kind of thing. My borders are of course ridiculous because I was just a young stitcher when I started this, and I didn't really realize how that worked. I did start this section this year, so I worked on it a little bit this year just because I wanted to get a little bit of stitching in it. But yeah, so that'll be, hope maybe finish this year. Who knows? I don't want to make any promises. And then my next oldest WIP is this Travel Through Europe little collection from DMC. And I'm only doing Copenhagen, London, and Vienna. So I have finished Copenhagen as of the other day. I finished it on our Zoom, and I'm gonna start London just like right here. And then that was my WIP Go call for this month. So I have a few more days, 2 more days to to get that going. I just want to get a good start on London, and then I can put it away again for a little while.
Looks so good.
Mm.
I am really enjoying it. It's really fun. It's like it's little, but it's a lot of stitches, and of course, it's also a lot of color changes because that's just how those
Well,
little.
it wants you to have to buy as many DMCs.
Right. Yeah, that's smart designing on their part.
Well, and it's funny because I I even like I had been leaving out the purple and the pink because she just has like a little purple bow in her hair, then her like pink cheeks, and it was literally like I'm not gonna use an entire new skein for literally 2 stitches, so I just waited until I was stitching something else with pink, and then I was like, oh, let me just put in those little pink stitches.
Mm.
All right, and my next one is Funky Menagerie by Lindy Stitches. Megan gave this to me when she did the Sal 3 years ago. I don't know. It's probably like 2 years ago. It seems like it was a long time ago.
2021.
Mm.
So yeah, 3 years ago. I have a pretty good start. So I actually had to restart this year. And I'm doing it on this like gray 18 count. This is all in DMC as well. And I started in the corner, and then I realized that I was not going to be able to do, I don't know, some way it just wasn't going to work. So then I started in the middle, and now I'm pretty far. This is one of the ones that I was like looking at, and I was like, I should just finish this. Like there's not that much left. So I did a good chunk on this year for one of my WIP Go calls. Um,
You have almost all the animals in the middle done, right?
Mm.
almost. I mean, I'm looking at the picture now, and it's like there's really not like there's like a
Mm.
like is it a praying mantis or something over there? And then yeah,
There's like a row at the top still. Right?
yeah, the top is not done at all, pretty much.
It's so cute though. Love
It
it.
is so cute, and they're a lot of fun, and it's like a good like you pick one up, you do like that little chunk of stitching. It's like an hour or so, and then you're like, oh, look, I've done something.
Mm.
I really enjoyed working on that one when I did it.
Yeah,
The little animals was a, satisfactory finish.
Mm-hmm.
it is. It makes you feel like you've actually like accomplished something,
Yeah.
not just like put in like 20 rows and it looks basically the same as it looked an hour ago. And then my fourth one here is the fruit sampler from Diana Waters. So Diana is like the person that got me back into cross stitching because I bought one of her kits in 2018 and I've been obsessed ever since. This is how far I am on this one. So this is all kit.
So cute.
So it's this, I think it's 14 count Rustico, and it's all just DMC. And then there's beads. There's going to be beads on the fruit, like anywhere there's white. There's going to be.
Anchor, right?
Yeah, so it comes with like a dowel, and then it'll be like a little like wall hanging, basically. It comes with all the stuff to finish it. This is another one that like I know I could just so easily pick up and finish if I focused on it for like any amount of time. And then my last one for this little section is going to be the Winter Village from Jenny Van de Wiel.
Mm.
This is one that I've been working on like every January for some reason. I just like always pull it out after Christmas because it's just like a nice sort of wintry project. And this is where I'm at. So this is a 16 count Misty Gray, I think, or Misty Blue or whatever it's called. And this is all just DMC as well. And I did a lot. I did this whole pond as one of my WIP Go calls this year because I wanted to use this light blue color and something else, and I didn't want to buy more. And this was the only part of this project that used that color. So I was like, okay, let me just finish that pond and then I can put this in my other project. And yeah, so this is another
That's
one
really
that
good.
it's not like the houses take a while. But yeah, they're just like little motifs. It's kind of similar to the animals. Like it's not going to take a long time if I were to just like focus on it. So these ones are definitely the ones that I would love to finish first because they are like my oldest ones that I've just sort of been hanging on to for so long. So we'll see.
That motivation to get things done when they're old
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
does
It's
not
like,
sit with me these days.
I'm like,
Ew.
like I wouldn't stitch any, like I wouldn't start stitching any of these now. Like I'm stitching so much different stuff now that it's like I kind of just like, but I like them. I want to finish them, but I also like want to move on to like new things. So
Mm-hmm. I understand that.
Yeah, I've got all these projects that I started in 2021 and 2022, which I still like, but I
yeah,
don't love the same way,
Mhm.
or they don't scratch the same itch. I don't know. But I also, when I look at them, go, oh, I still want you.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. I want it to be done. I wish I had finished it a year ago.
My next whip is Maggie the Mess Maker. So this one is a start from 2021. It is a dimensions kit based on artwork from Charles Wysocki. I have not stitched on it this year. Got a fair chunk done. I would say like, I don't know, like an eighth of the pattern, maybe. That's the size of the fabric. Yeah, I just haven't pulled it out to work on it. It's not that I don't like working on it. Some parts of these dimension kits are annoying when they make you use way more floss than you should for an area, but the effect is good, so you
Yeah.
do. But yeah, again, I just need to pull them out and work on them. That's the only way to get progress on things. Speaking of things that should be done, this is Waffle Lot from Hands On Design. When I first started, I was going to make the whole waffle. I don't really care for the waffle. I just want to finish the top and then I can put it in my journal. I have almost all or all of the dark pink done. Started going in with the light pink. I worked on this, I don't know, one day this year. So at least it got worked on. It's 1/1 on 28 count. And really at this point, like that border, other than the waffle in the middle, is the densest part of the stitching. So I should just be able to whip out a finish. Like if I sat down with this on one weekend day, I'm pretty sure I could finish it. Have I sat down with it on one weekend day to finish it? Absolutely not.
Of course
So
not. Who would do such a thing?
maybe in 2024. My next whip is Away We Ride by Blackbird Designs. This one's really pretty. I've got my floss conversion peeking out there. Away we ride till it's dark as pitch to find the home of the Wicked Witch. I love this a lot. Based on how much I stitched on this year, which is 0, you would not know that I love it. But here's the border. Looks exactly like it did last year. This is 2 separate colors of black. If I knew now what I knew, if I knew then what I knew now, I would have just bought one color of black because you can't tell the difference. But
Oh,
again,
like it's charted as 2 different colors, but they're
it's charted as 2 different colors. There's
Oh.
blacks there.
silly.
Huh.
Both variegated. They look very close to each other. I can't remember if I'm using the proper ones or subbed in ones. I got that like in the Panini.
Yeah. Yeah.
The store that I got it from just did a conversion for me.
Oh, okay.
Right, like they did it. But if I had realized, I would have just gotten them to give me just one black. Just give me, more skeins of the one. But hindsight. Next up is Autumn Stroll by Lindy Stitches. Autumn Strolls Make Thankful Souls. Another one that I have not worked on this year. This is on 32 count or 36 count coastal from Picture This Plus. It's done in DMC, I believe. Maybe I think there's overdyes too. I don't honestly know. I love this pattern a lot. There's, again, no reason that I haven't worked on it other than I didn't really touch many of my WIPs this year. That was all about the new things. That turkey is beautiful, and I would like to get that turkey, and it's finished so it can hang on my wall. Or whatever I do with things. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. So the next WIP, this one's hilarious. So this is Baba Yaga's hut. This is, you can see there, 67 by 110 stitches. This is how much I had done. I think I worked on this for like one night when I first started it, way back in October of 2021, and I haven't worked on it since. I could be done. I could be done. So, it is another one that I really like it. I would like to have Baba Yaga's hut to hang on my wall or to do whatever I do with it. But I just haven't sat down to stitch it.
Is that on black fabric?
Yeah, it's a 14 count black Aida.
Okay.
Which I don't mind black Aida. I have black
Mhm.
that I, have been working with this year. Not as big a fan of it, but the black Aida, when you stitch it out, it's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
And the effect,
I've never stitched on black before, but it's cool. It's a good effect, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever buy black linen again, but the Aida's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Amy.
Me? Okay. All right. The next couple that I have are from the Bird Box 2022. I started all 3 patterns. I finished one of them, which you'll see a little bit later, but I have 2 more to do. This one is Pocketbook Peacock from Michelle at Bindi Stitchy. I love this. I know she went kind of out of her comfort zone using this fabric and these flosses, but it's genius. I love it to death, and I cannot wait to get back to it. And of course, since it's a Michelle pattern, I had to use my Han Solo in carbonite needle minder, which I think she appreciated. I think I got that in a Fiberlicious, or not a Fiberlicious, Forbidden Fiber Co. Star Wars box, which I love it. So I've got one of the peacocks completely done and a few of the flowers. And of course, this is on fabulous Jessie from Miss Lady Pages fabric. I can't wait. I can't wait for Bird Box 2023. I want to get both of these patterns done before I start any 2020 or 2024 Bird Box patterns. So these are on my kind of to be done really soon in 2024. In fact, the next one I got out and started working on the other day, so it's on the Q-Snap. This is Rebirth, yeah, that from Dee's 20 Stitches and Uncanny Kari. I love this design. Again, on a fabulous Jessie fabric, which just, that fabric. Yeah. And this border, I don't know. Dee is like a genius at borders. I have loved every border that they've designed, and they're just fun to stitch. And so, yeah, I'm almost done with the interior part of the border, and then I'll start working on the actual bird and the plants from Kari's artwork. So this one will hopefully be my next finish. That's the plan.
I think before you go back to work, that's my challenge to you.
Oh,
if you spend the weekend
soon
watching Flosstube and stitching.
Yeah, because the inside is not a lot of stitches.
It's not a lot of stitches, and the border's almost done.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I've been challenged.
It's a challenge. It's a friendly challenge. I
don't know how I feel about that, but
there's
I like it.
There's no
I like a challenge. Although, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit when we get to the other WIP. The next one I don't think I worked on this one at all in 2023. This is Gaia, the Earth Goddess from Bella Filipina. The picture has a little bit of a scratch. She does not have a laser light coming out of her chest.
Be cool if
it would be cool, but it's not charted. Maybe I'll put it in. Maybe. I love this pattern. I love Bella Filipina. I've got a couple more of theirs on the go and in my plans. But I started this in September of 2022. I think that's the right way up. And that's all I've gotten done, just a bit of her cloak.
That's still a lot of stitching.
It's a lot of stitching. I spent several days on this. This is on a Be Stitch Me fabric in acorns, which I thought was a really good, like it's kind of got oranges and browns in it. So I thought it was a good kind of earthy color for her. And the green really pops off of it. So I love it. I do want to get back to her. She probably will not be a finish in 2024. Sorry. Just with other plans, but I do want to get some solid work in on her this year. So another mermaid, shocker, and another fancy lady. This is Mermaid of Atlantis from Mirabilia. I've wanted to stitch this one for a very long time, and I finally started her in May, the last day of Mermaid in 2022. And I've gotten a couple of stitching sessions done on her. So the tail is almost all the way done. Just the kind of the fin part of it is left, and then the whole upper body, the whole border, there's still a lot. There's a lot. And this is on an unnamed linen I got on a Friday night fight night from Be Stitch Me, which again I thought was a really good oceany color. I love her a lot. I love all the colors, the greens and the blues that are in this. The tail are just magical, and she sparkles. She's got a lot of Krynic in her, and she will have a ton of beads on her as well. So I actually I know a lot of people don't like beading. I love beading. I think it brings a lot into the pieces, and
beading too.
Yeah, I really love them.
I think I would do like a beading craft if I.
Yeah.
I have spent a lot of beads in my life. When you put beads into moccasins, right? When you put them onto leather, stitching them onto your cross stitch project feels like
I bet, yeah. So easy. And then we have, shocker, another mermaid. This is a Gecko Rouge kit. This one's just called Mermaid. It's artwork by Medusa Dollmaker, who is one of my favorite artists. Her art style resembles a lot of like Alphonse Mucha. She uses a lot of kind of Art Nouveau, Art Deco motifs, and her artwork is just absolutely stunning. Fell in love with this mermaid. Want to stitch it. Didn't work on it at all last year. It's amazing. It's huge. It is extremely confetti heavy. Wait, is that even the way it goes? No. Yes, it goes like this. So I have her elbow done, her upper arm and her elbow, and then the corner of it. It's a lot of confetti, but it's worth it. Like these fish, as you're stitching them, they're just like little tiny stitches of color, random, and then all of a sudden you sit back and you're like, wait, there's a fish there, and it looked like absolutely nothing as you were stitching it. So the effect that you get with those blended colors is amazing, but it is not an easy stitch. There's a lot of color changes, a lot of it's very time consuming, which is probably why I didn't work on it this year. But I definitely will pull her back out for Mermaid 2024 and I want to get some significant progress on her, because it's going to take me 15 years to do this, and I'm already not a young sprout. So she needs some work done on her. I think that she's my only full coverage. I did have a Haid, but I have kind of abandoned it. I still love it, but with everything else I'm stitching, I just don't have time to devote to it. So, but I do want to devote some more time in on this one, definitely. So.
How big is that when it's done?
It's huge. she is going to be on this is 18 count. She's going to be 20 by 32 inches.
Wow.
That's big. What was I thinking?
You're thinking that she's
I could just buy a print. I could just follow your lead and buy a print, right?
highly recommend.
It's gonna be like a
It's
tapestry.
so fun to stitch though. Huh?
Yeah. It'll be like a tapestry. Like that's
It will. Yeah, it will be. Yeah. It's going to be gorgeous when it's done.
Yeah.
And someone can lay it over my coffin because it's gonna it's gonna be when it's done. Yeah, those are my next 5.
On to Megan.
Alrighty. So my next one is Strawberry Fields Forever by Blackbird Designs. I love this. I just worked on this a bunch because it was my WIP Go call for November. No, it was December. It was December. And I finished 10 hours on this. So I basically this month I did I had just this sort of border and this bird and this basket. So I did this whole branch and all these leaves and these berries. I did a lot of these berries up here because I think I only had like 1 or 2 done. I had most of the border, but I didn't have any of the berries. And then I started on the house. So I have a roof and I have some windows and I'm starting to work on the door. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. I was like, because I originally ordered it with this like the called for flosses, and then my order got lost. So I started doing it with DMC, and I was like, I don't know if I like the DMCs. But the more that I use them, the more that I'm like, oh no, that is the color that it should be. Like it makes it, yeah, it's good. So
yeah, it's turning out great.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really liking this one. It's still going to be quite a bit of work, and this is a 28 count vintage beige, which I'm getting better and better. It's a Lugana, so it's not too tricky to stitch on, but I'm getting better at the over 2 stitching, and now I'm even like low-key thinking about stitching it again, but doing it smaller because this is going to be like pretty big when it's done. But I don't know, maybe as like a gift. And then my next one is my patchwork turtle. This is by Amanda Butler. I got this out of a magazine. I forget which one, but if someone wants to know, I can look it up. And I worked on this one a lot this year because it was also on my WIP Go list. And I completely finished his whole body and I started working on his shell. So some of the stitches are there. For the patchwork shell.
So good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
I love that pattern.
And there's also going to be like black back stitching to kind of show a little bit more dimension. But I mean, even now, like I think it just the way that the color, like it, you can tell. Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks great.
The back stitch will make it pop though, right? Like don't.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm definitely gonna do it. I think it definitely needs it, just for some definition. But yeah, this one's coming along really well. I'm really enjoying stitching on it. I was really nervous because my border is really, my margin is really tight there, but it fits, so it's fine. Speaking of mermaids, my next one. Where is So this is the Under the Sea Stitch Along from Frosted Pumpkin Stitchery. And I started this when it came out last year, and I did an okay job keeping up with it, but I sort of fell off around the summer, maybe. The last thing that I stitched was this little crab, and I didn't even do the rest of the drop that came with the crab. I just did the crab. So I have quite a bit left to do. Yeah, maybe I'll pull this one out in Mermaid. This is all DMC. There was suggested, I think, color and cotton ones that you could use, but I did DMCs. And then I've been sort of just like having fun with different things. So like I did the mermaid hair in a silk that Megan gave me, and I did my one. What are these? Seahorses? I did my seahorse, like crayon seahorse, just using some of the other colors. This was the called for color for the jellyfish, but I did my other one in orange, and I did this one in Etoile. So she's sparkly. So yeah, I'm just having fun kind of playing with some of the other colors. I need to get this one out and finish it. It's been, I haven't touched it at all I since I stitched that little crab, and that was like, I don't know, like April. So yeah, we'll get there. I'll pull it out in mermaid. What were you gonna say?
But at least you touched it this year.
Yeah.
Barely. All right, next one is, how many is it? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. And then my next one is the swans from Cottage Garden Sampling. I did a tiny bit of work on this one this year. It wasn't even on my WIP Go list. So I basically just did these 2 trees. This one has a lot of work left. And I really want to do it because I just bought a bunch more of these, and I have like, I do like 6 of them, and I've barely even like done any work on the first one. So like, not that I need to finish one thing before I start another thing, but like I should. So this one is actually a finish and a WIP, because it was this. I finished this, which was the Time for Tea, which was a free chart from Tiny Modernist, and this is just like a 14 count, like kind of beige brown thing. No, I haven't been saying the names. Ugh, I'm so bad at that. And then the next one, I was gonna do this coffee cup as well. But then when I was finishing this one, I realized I don't have enough room for the whole coffee cup. So I'm just gonna do the word coffee and then like a row of the beans instead. And then I was just gonna do I'll finish this, and then I'll have like coffee like hanging underneath it or something, so that it's like time for tea, and then there's just like a little coffee thing, I think. Because I don't want to stitch another cup. That was not that much fun.
Discover that cups aren't your jam.
Yeah. Like this one, I think it's really pretty, and I like it a lot, and even just like by itself, I think it's cute. And then I just really, the coffee, I like the word, and I like the little coffee beans, but I don't need to stitch the rest of that. So that's what I'm gonna do for that. Was that 5? I think that was 5. Yeah, that was 5.
Okay, back to me. Hello again. Next up on my, parade of things I didn't stitch in 2023, I have Merry Manatees from Lindy Stitches. I love this. There's no excuse to not have stitched on it at all, other than I got distracted. So there's my meager start, and this is I just have a mix. I pulled flosses from my collection, so there's some overdyed, some DMC, none probably, they're all uncalled for, as Imogen would say. This is a 32 count, picture this plus sterling. And yeah, I really like it a lot. I want to stitch those beautiful manatees.
They are great.
Speaking of mermaids, right? Manatees, real mermaids of the sea. So let's get them stitched.
Right.
And then I have Titmice sampler from Alforce Embroidery, which when they released this, I needed to have it because I'm a big fan of tits. The only thing I would love more is if it had a variety of tits, but I'll make do with these ones. Again, didn't work on it this year. I could call that a finish if I really wanted to, right? Like
yeah,
it's cute.
But I do like all of the birds.
If you want to do the rest of it, fine.
Yeah. It's a kit, so it's whatever the fabric is. They use a lot of, I think it's Swigart linens, and then their own over dyed DMC.
Mhm.
It's beautiful. And then I have another owl force embroidery, which I don't have the picture of, but a simple Google search will do it for you. I didn't grab, I don't even know where it is. But this is Emerald City, which was their Wizard of Oz. I did not do it when it was the stitch along. I got the kit after the fact, so I have again the call for fabric and then all of their overdye flosses. So I have the whole Emerald City done. So I have to do all the Wizard of Ozzy motifs around it. There's DMC light effects in there, which is the worst thing to stitch with in all of stitchy options, in my opinion. But that's all the light effects that was on this. So I'm also done with the light effects. Again, another one that I would really like to have done and just haven't worked on. So
yeah,
maybe 2024 will be its year. Okay, next up, Prairie Fairies. So I have this. I have big plans to stitch all of these Prairie Fairies in a row. And I have the most meager start. This one. There's the fairy's little head of their dress. This is 1/1 on a 32 count picture this plus relic. Just using the DMCs as called for. And they're cute. They're small. They wouldn't take very much time at all to finish, and yet that project is 2 years old and barely touched. And then next up is a finish and a start. So something I actually worked on this year. Autumn Royalty from Lindy Stitches. So I have finished the Count of Candy and I've started the Prince of Pies. This is on a 32 count Nocturne from Picture This Plus. My projects just fell. We'll figure that out. So I've got the Count of Candy and then the Prince of Pies started. And this is with the called for flosses, whatever they are. I stitched the Count of Candy previously when I first got the chart and gifted it to a friend. And so I have restitched that one now, Prince of Pies. I will get them all done eventually. They are, again, not very large charts. Don't take very much time to stitch. Like I think I did it the first time I did the Count of Candy in like 2 days. And here we are, unfinished after 2 years. I mean, to be fair, I did the Count of Candy with a finish. I worked on it this year, and then I started the Prince of Pies. So
nice.
And that one took a good chunk of time, if I recall. Like you worked on it for like a few days. Like it wasn't.
I have 4 days. I think I did it in early January, so I probably only stitched like an hour a day on it, though, right? So, did it take a lot of time? Probably not. Hey, back to Amy.
All right, I've got a few more whips. First one is my chatelaine, which is blue Moroccan lace. I saw originally what made me want to stitch this is that I was on Mrs. Sadis's Etsy store and I noticed that she had a silk pack for this and I love her silks. And so I bought it. I think I bought the silk pack before I bought the pattern. But then I went and bought the pattern for blue Moroccan lace and I love it. I started it in August of 2021, I think. No, 2022, August of 2022. I worked on it obsessively for about a week and then I didn't touch it. No, I did start it in 2021 because then I didn't touch it for 2 years. I think I let myself get a little bit intimidated by it again during those 2 years. But then I picked it up again this past August and I got quite a good amount of progress on it. So this is you can see there's kind of like an inner mandala and then an outer mandala around it. So I've almost got all the inner stuff done. There is a ton of specialty stitches all of those blank spaces inside there are going to be beads. There are a ton of beads on this thing. It's going to be so sparkly. There's petite treasure braid. It's all done in silk, so it's going to be very, very fancy when I get it done. But I love it.
It's
I
beautiful.
think I'm getting pretty good at some of the special stitches. The Jessica stitches are really hard, but they look really incredible once they're done. So hopefully it will not be 2 more years before I pull this back out again. I'd like to get a substantial amount of progress done on it in 2024, at least, if nothing else, to get this bottom kind of lobe of the inner mandala done and start working on the outer bit. Because I think beading on this alone is going to take a week, a month, I don't know, a long time, but I've got all the materials for it. So she's all kitted up and ready to finish when that happens, you know.
Someday.
And now we start the Miriam Marumi Crafts appreciation part of my WIP parade. Because I have several of hers, and talk about somebody that needs to slow down with designing. I mean, don't slow down with designing, because oh my gosh, everything is perfection. So this is my start on Afshan sampler. I started this. This was my birthday start for 2024, 2022. Is that right? No, it was 2023. It was this year. Yeah, we started it this year. So it was part of her wildcard B-Day Sal. So I had this like variegated floss from Hand Dyed by Rolanda that I had no idea what I wanted to do with. It's like purple and pink and blue and green, and I love it. And so she kind of challenged us to pick a floss that we didn't know what we were going to do with and build a color palette around it. So that's what I did, and I love it.
That's
to get back to the
fabric that it's on, right?
Yeah, this is a Jessie fabric. This is Sugarlight.
Yeah,
I believe is the name of it. And I think it just, like, those colors look amazing on this fabric. So yeah.
It's fantastic.
This is definitely a good one. And then we have one of her latest patterns, Defiant, the Humble Hawk. She created this for Dee's 20 Stitches birthday. So if we donated to Dee's Ko-fi, Miriam would give us the pattern, and I wanted to do that anyway for their birthday. And so I got the pattern, and I love it. Those stripes in the wings are so cool. It just, like, it's kind of retro, but kind of futuristic in the same way. And I love it. It has a pretty substantial border around it, which I don't know that I'll do the whole border, but I at least want to do part of it. So I kind of have to figure that out, but I figured I'd do the hawk first, because and I love all the colors in it. It's just really cool. And this is this fabric is called Razzmatazz, which I thought was appropriate for a pattern honoring Dee. And it's from Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers. So beautiful. And I love how the colors pop off of it.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great.
Yeah, I love that you just dived in on that, because I got the pattern. I was like, oh, I'm gonna start it, and then I have not yet started it. Maybe I will.
I think I stitched on it for about 2 days, and then I haven't picked it up again, but soon-ish. And this one is the very humble beginnings of the Vivas sampler, which I have, I think I have a pattern or a picture of it, the whole thing.
The one with the bat.
Yeah, the one with the bat. There's the picture of what it's going to look like. It's cool. And I chose, this is Gorgeous Grape from Be Stitch Me, this fabric. And there's 2 colors of Cosmo floss on there, a variegated, and then just a turquoise, which I like that color combination. This is so much fun to stitch. I only worked on it for a few days, and I'm really itching to get back to it too. The designs in it are just so cool. And I love how like you don't get bored stitching anything, because as soon as you know, have the potential to get bored stitching the same pattern, you switch to a different pattern. It's just like, because it's different bands all the way. So I love that that design.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And then the last Miriam pattern that I have on the go currently is her current stitch along from Yalda to Nowruz, which she just released a new one today, which this is the reason why I may not get rebirth done by January 2nd, because I'm trying to keep up on this. I'm kind of obsessed with it. Yeah, it's lovely. This band was so much fun to stitch, all those people dancing around the fire, and there's just like movement and joy, and it just is, you can tell it's a celebration, right? A celebration of that holiday, Yalda, the longest night of the year. And I'm using 2 different colors of sulky, again, a variegated and a solid for the border, trying to keep up with the border so that I have the next piece of the border stitched. And that way I don't get, you know, caught up in just long lines of stitching. So, but yeah, this is
so pretty.
I love it. It's on another Bestitch Me in Cardinal. So
I like how all your colors are like the pinks, the turquoise, like they're gonna look so good all together.
I know. When I think of Miriam, I think of like bright colors and colors that maybe you wouldn't necessarily think about putting together, but when you do, they look really good together. That's, yeah. So she inspires a lot of my color choices on her own patterns. So yeah. Was that 5? I think that was 5.
You'll see several of charts again as we go through things.
Yeah. Okay, so my next one, you guys have already seen today, because Amy is stitching this too. And it's the Mermaid Garden from Tiny Modernist. But I started in the top with the little fishies. So I am nowhere near stitching my mermaid. Yeah, I just did a few of the little fishies, and then this one is like a 14 count, just sort of like it's more like the called for fabric. But now I'm like, I should have done it on a blue, but oh well.
You're not that far into it. You could always switch it up.
I could always start over, but I do like how it looks because the colors do kind of like pop off it with the
Yeah, they do look good off of that kind of creamy color.
Yeah. So I guess I know what I'll be doing in Mermaid as well. Finishing this, because this, like, right, like that mermaid is probably the most dense stitching, and it's not even that much.
I think it just took me a couple of stitching sessions to stitch the whole mermaid. So,
and it looks so nice.
mm-hmm.
But I definitely see, like, I also thought about changing up her hair and stuff, but then I was like,
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is my next one. This is The World is Full of Magic. I've just kind of been calling it Magic Sea. Also by Citrovia Emma Congdon. And I'm stitching this on, I think it's 18 count navy blue Ada, and it's all called for DMC and DMC light effects. And I did quite a bit of work on this. This came up on my WIP Go just a little while ago, actually. And I finished this mountain, and I started this little polar bear, and I did all the fill in here, and this top of this mountain is done. I think this one's pretty much done. And I finished this word magic, which was all in light effects, which took me like 2 hours. But yeah, so it's coming along. I love this. I love stitching on it, but it is like, it's tricky. The dark fabric is tricky. And this fabric also has one of my finishes from this year on it. Trans rights are worth more. Boy Wizards. And I really wanted to do more of these, so I was thinking of doing them like across the top like this. But then I just ended up buying another piece of this fabric, so I might just do them on that instead now. We'll see. But I'm gonna do all of them eventually. So I did mine with the called for Brennan needle, because I happen to have some. And I think I subbed the DMCs for like similar colors because I didn't have the exact ones. Yeah. And the next one is, this is Big Hearted Tiny Town from Heart in Hand. And I want to stitch so many of these, so I really want to finish this one. And I had pretty much just the middle house done, and then I picked it up again this year and I did all the rest of that. So I'm pretty sure I could finish it in like another few days, because I think I only did like 10 hours on it and I did all of those houses. So it's a pretty quick stitch. And then I was gonna do the Christmas one on this same piece of fabric because I basically have like another strip there. And the Christmas one is like very kind of similar.
Those are so cute. I love those patterns.
I have the Halloween one and the Harvest one, and I don't have the Seaside one, but I know I'm gonna get it because I love that pelican. So but again, try to finish one thing before I start a million other things. But yeah, I hopefully can finish this one this year. I would like to. Again, it's just a matter of doing it. Like what's
the hardest part.
All right, and this next one is where come. Should have put these in order. That would have been smart. All right, so this is Witch Ride from Barbara Anna, and it's this little witch riding a mouse. I love it. I have not worked on this basically at all. I have most of the cup, and that's pretty much it. And this is another one that one of the WIP Go spots on my board is finish a small, and there's so many that when that one gets called, I'll just be like, finish it, like whatever it is. I'll have to pick something. So that'll be one of the ones that I try to finish. How many was that? 1, 2, that was 5, including a finish.
We love a finish.
Love a finish. And it was a good finish.
A fantastic finish, which you will see again, I believe.
Yeah, a couple times maybe.
Okay, where did I leave off? So my next one is another Dimensions Charles Wysocki kit. So it's Max in the Adirondacks. Max and Maggie as a pair. You know, if I ever get them done, because I, like Maggie, I did not stitch on Max this year. And I have less of this one started. Some pretty dead stitching there though in the corner. Yeah, I will continue to pluck away on these. It's not a race, unless Megan challenges Amy to make it a race.
Right.
Finish that. So I will just continue to work away on these. Plug away on them. If I pull it out this year, that would be great. If I don't, it's not going anywhere. I have another Owl Forest embroidery, which is the Dinosaur Sampler, which again, I did not stitch on this year, but would love to get it done. This is not very many days of stitching. I don't know how much I've done, and it's like a quarter done of the chart, so maybe I should just pull it out and finish it. This is again whatever the fabric is that they include in the kit, and then their over dyed flosses from Owl Forest Embroidery. I love this a lot. I would love to have this hanging on my wall if I could ever get my button gear and finish it. So maybe that will see some love this year as well.
You need a challenge?
Yeah, it's fun.
Right? There's so many.
Maybe this one should have a challenge. So this is from Salt Water Scrapbook, which is a 2-part combo with Lindy Stitches and the Little Flower. So this is one of the Lindy Stitches one. I started this one with the fishes and the hammerhead shark. I did not stitch on it this year. It is literally tiny, right? Like this is 1/1, so it's a little bit deceptive, but they're less than 100 by 100. So it shouldn't take that long to stitch. I just have not sat down to stitch it. It's really cute. I don't plan to do all of them. I had a plan of how many I was going to do. I don't know if I will still do as many as I thought I would do, but I definitely want to do at least a few of them. So I just need to sit down and do it. When the mood strikes me, I guess, is when that will happen. How many was that? That was 3. Another one that probably wouldn't take super long to finish. I have Babushka's Blossoms from Plum Street Samplers. I just love that oversized pumpkin so much. So of course it's what I haven't stitched yet. The flowers on the outside, but I need to do the pumpkin, the babushka, and the house. This is lovely. It is a mix of overdyed and DMC. I sort of looked at the chart, figured out which colors you would actually see the overdyed in, and so got those ones in overdyed, and the rest is DMC. And it is on a 32 count Picture This Plus fawn. Yeah. Again, I just need to sit down and do it. The pattern is deceptively bigger than one would think. So that pumpkin will take, it'll take a smidge of time to get done, but in the end. And then the next one is another large long-term project. So this is Angel of Love from Lavender and Lace, which if you are not familiar, because this is not going to show it, half that skirt is beads basically. Like it's so good. So good. Sorry, my pile toppled over there. I worked on this a little bit this year. Because I pulled it out when Helen was saying she wanted to start it, but wasn't feeling 100% about it. So I said, I will work on mine if you work on yours. She started hers down at the bottom and I think has way more on it than I got done. I had the white in this wing done. So what I did was start filling in. There's a second color there for fill in. And then there will be wing as well. And so, I mean, it's not a small amount of stitches that I put in there. It's quite a few stitches actually, but this is another one where if I don't sit down and work on it, she will never be done. And I would much like her to be done. So I should spend more time with her. Maybe I'll talk to Helen and we'll have a Angel of Love Day a month or something so we can give her some love.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because I don't think that she's made good progress, and hers, she only started this year, whereas mine is 2 years old. But yeah, I really like it. I want to have it done, and the only way it gets done is if I work on it. So we'll see. And I believe that was 5, so I will put us back. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yep. I will put us back.
All right. So my last 2 WIPs are 2 of the stitch alongs that I'm doing currently. The first one is More Mermaids. This is Mermaid of the Seasons by Bella Filipina and Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers. It's a mix between the 2. And so I got all of the materials from Fiberlicious. The fabric is the called for that she recommends, and the flosses and beads and everything. I got the pack from them. I have completely finished the spring mermaid, including all of the beading on her. There are words on the corners of each of these. I decided not to do the words, at least not yet. I'm kind of going to wait and see maybe towards the end if I want to put them in or not. But spring is all the way done. And then I skipped summer and went straight to autumn. So her tail is completely done. So I just have to do the top part of her hair. I decided to go ahead and bead as I went, which may end up being a mistake because I do like to stitch in a Q-snap, but I think that they're far enough apart that I should be able to finagle each one into a Q-snap without crushing beads on another one. So I really like the autumn one, the colors in it. The summer one is mostly in pinks, and then the winter one is mostly in blues. And I think he did a really good job, the designer, of kind of making them individual. They all have different skin tones, different hair colors. So it's a really good, you know, representation too of different ethnicities and stuff. So I like this a lot. I'm behind, obviously, because now the whole stitch along has been released. All 4 mermaids are out. So I'm going to get back to her soon-ish. I keep saying that, but you know, soon is relative, right?
I was
And
just
then
the exact same thing.
right, soon-ish. And then the last WIP that I have is Nemarie Tapestry, which we started October 24th. One stitch to rule them all. This is what I have done so far. So I'm using a Roxy Flosco one-of-a-kind linen in, I think it's a 32 count. And then 2 Roxy Flosco colors, kind of a green, I think it's called Jade. And then the purple is another color that I can't remember the name of, but it's also discontinued. So I bought all that they had left. Bought it at Stitch North. One of the ladies from Evertote was nice enough to help me and Megan both kit up our Nemarie tapestries as soon as Jacob released it while we were at Stitch North. Yeah, so I'm about maybe halfway done with the top band. Well, not quite, because there's the rest of the tree and then there's another horse. This pattern repeats over here, but I love it so far. I can't wait to get to the words. I actually like stitching words, so, and stitching words in Elvish I think is going to be really cool.
Yeah.
So
I really like what you've done with the snake dragon.
Right? I tried,
Colors.
that was an
Now I'm like,
experiment.
I have regrets, but I'm also not going to undo mine. So
No, it was an experiment and I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but I went for it and I'm really, really happy that
beautiful.
it was a little hard to follow, but
yeah.
I think it turned out really
No,
well. Yeah.
And now you get to do it again.
I get to do it again on the other side. So that's all of my WIPs. Now we can start looking at my finishes for 2023. And these are in order of how I actually finished them. So this was my first finish of 2023. This is the Dada Portraits in Paris stitch along that was released by Nuri at Shaded Stitchery. I loved this so much. I kept up with it. These are all based on infographics that W.E.B. Du Bois did in his works. And as a data nerd myself, this is perfect. I want to frame this and hang it in my office at work. I work as a data analyst, so this is absolutely perfect. I loved the colors. I love the meanings behind each one. While we were doing the stitch along, Nuri would post pictures of the original work so that we could kind of see how she interpreted it in cross stitch. And I think it's just beautiful. I had to go and buy the original book as well to kind of have it along with the stitch along. So I thought it was really meaningful and it says a lot, you know. I love it. So yeah. So that was the first thing I finished, and I started that along with the stitch along in February. So I think she released it for Black History Month. So, and then my second finish was Quirky Quaker Fishbone. You're gonna see a lot of Quirky Quakers in my finishes. This one I start and finish on March 12th for Michelle Bindy's birthday. This is on that same razzmatazz fabric from Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers, which is like bright pink and purple, 2 of my favorites. And then the floss is Mermaid of Atlantis from Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers, a nice blue and green variegated. I love this one so much. I haven't fully finished any of my Quirky Quakers, but I have a plan for them, which is forthcoming at some point. And then my next one was Quirky Quaker Whale. And you can't tell, but his little spout is sparkly. It's in Krynic. Otherwise, I used flosses from Fiberlicious Yummy Fibers. And I think this is quite possibly one of my favorite. It's hard to pick a favorite, right? I'm going to say that about all of them, but this is definitely one of my favorites. I used to want to be a marine biologist when I was little, so I stitched this in one day as well in March. I love the Quirky Quakers. They're such fun patterns, and yeah. So that was my third finish of January, or of 2023.
We love
that's 5
around here. We will see as we go along from all three of us.
Yeah.
Okay, Megan.
Okay. So my next one is from Stitchy Princess. That Amy already showed one of her, the mermaid one that she was doing. This one is called oh my gosh, okay. Magical Forest by Stitchy Princess. And I worked on this quite a bit actually this year. I had finished this top row, and then during my WIP Go call, I was like, oh, maybe I can finish this tree here. And then I finished it, and I still had like 2 hours left of my goal, so I worked on this other little tree and this little bear. So yeah, this one's coming along pretty well. There's still quite a bit of dent stitching with like the pond and the mermaid and stuff down there, but I should be able to finish this pretty quickly. This is all in DMC as well, and this is on a 20 count Lugana, and I'm doing it over one with 2 strands, which is a little tight, but I do like how it looks, and I also don't want to start over, so yeah, it's just a little fluffy. But it's, and then this next one is one of my full coverage pieces. So this one is called London Town, and it is by what is her name? Melanie Watkins Patel. So I actually I saw this somewhere, and then I had to buy a subscription to this magazine so I could get this because I just love it so much. It's full coverage, so it's gonna be, you know, a bit of a uphill battle, but I have a lot. So this is an 18 count. This is just Ada, and this is all DMC, but it was charted in Anchor, and I had to do my own conversion to DMC. Basically, I had to look up the each color and what the DMC would be. So yeah, because I don't have a source for Anchor really where I live. Yeah, but yeah, this is where I'm at so far. Basically, up to here is the top of this building. So I'm I've already kind of done that whole section there. So this will come up on my WIP Go because I have a few full coverage spots on my thing this year. It's one of those ones I know I'll just be working on it for several years, and that's totally fine.
Sometimes you have to be okay with that.
Yeah. And then
the time.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna start any more full coverage pieces though. So I have this one as well. This is also full coverage. This is by Amanda Butler. This is also I got from a magazine. I also love this, and I really want to work on it, and I will. For now, I have just pretty much completed this part of the sky. And then here is like where like the mountains are gonna start, and they're a lot more confetti stitching. So this was really nice because it's these big blocks of color, and those are pretty easy to put in. But then I get down here and it's like mountains and trees, and it's gonna be, a little trickier, but still very nice, and it will be beautiful.
It'll look so good when it's done, though, right? Like the
Mhm.
colors in it are amazing.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I love those.
Yeah, and there's like some blended colors in there. Like it's gonna be great. Next one is we have this here.
Aren't you doing the one in the book?
Yeah, I forget. Oh, I have the book right here actually. Hold everything. Literally.
Isn't it convenient that I know your whips just based on seeing a little of it held up?
Yeah, it should be in here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the festive frosted pumpkin cottage from Christy Stitcher. So I started the frosted pumpkin cottage that she released as part of her Patreon, and then she released this as part of the Winter Magic box from the Starlight Stitchery, which I got last year, and I love it. And I'm stitching like 2 things from here already. So that is where I'm at, and I'm doing this over 1 on 28 count. And I've started tent stitching it rather than doing full cross, so it's 2 over 1 tent stitch, and I made insane progress when I started doing that, and you can kind of see where the little Christmassy bits are coming in. There's like a green garland, and then the ghosts are wearing their little Santa hats. But I had already done the moon when I decided to switch over, and it was like already orange. So in the festive one, it's red, but whatever, it's fine. No one cares. It looks great. This is one that I'm like, I love it, and I love working on it, and I will finish it, but it's gonna be a lot of work still. Oh, Stephanie finished hers so fast. She worked on
one thing at a time, though, for the most part, right? So she
literally, like, I remember I saw her like when she was starting it, and then like I feel like the next day she was like, it's done. And I was like, oh my god. All right, and my last one here is It's a Mermaid Life, also from Penny Modernist, also mermaids, lots of mermaids here as well. And I did a lot of work on this year, and I'm pretty much done the whole top section. So, I mean, I could just say that that's finished.
That could be done.
But I do like the little, there's some cute little fishy crap.
Good ocean light.
Yeah, I do want to finish it. But, I mean, right now it looks great. So, yeah. And this is, again, I'm not saying names. This is 16 count Glacier from Picture This Plus, and this is called for DMC. And this is 28 count Rosewood. That's what this one is called. And then the other ones were just on, I think, just white 18 count. These 2, my full coverage ones. And there's another one on the back of this one that I'll show you in a few minutes, probably. Okay.
Switch us. Where did we leave off? Okay, so the next up is an Ink Circles Half the Fun, another untouched project this year. It could be done. I have no way. I am not 100% clear which way is up. It doesn't really matter because they are mandalas. I'm stitching this 1 over 1 on a 32 count Picture This Plus. And I did not write down the name of this one. It's a green one. It's pretty. can't find Picture This Plus anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. The floss is a hand dye by Rolanda variegated floss, so I'm just letting it sort of do its thing. And yeah, I've just got that center bit done with a little bit. So there are balloons, and then there's trains around the balloons, so a little bit of the trains. Again, like, it's not very big. It's one of her smaller charts, so it shouldn't take that long to do if I just sat down and did it. And I spent a lot of time stitching ink circles this year, just not that one. Then I've got from Friend Stitch online retreat from a couple years ago, Let Joy In. So this is the completed project. So Friend Stitch is Heart and Hand and Bent Creek collaborating together. I stitched on this a little bit, but all I did was add some white to the border. So I just pulled, and I guess maybe that little bit of green, I can't quite remember. But really I worked on it for one day. It's really pretty. I would like it in my house. We'll see where I get. This is 32 count Relic from Picture This Plus. And then it's all in Classic Colorworks because the floss came with the kit. So need to pull it out and work on it. It's not even hard stitching. It's a little bit on the bigger side, but it's big chunky blocks of color. So really just need to do it. You've heard that a lot today. Just here is my other primitive needle. This is Cape Cod Girls, so it's the matching for Cape Cod's boys. This one's Cape Cod Girls. They have no combs. They comb their hair with codfish bones. I love it so much. It's got a mermaid on there, my mermaid friends. I did work on this one this year. I worked on it for a few days, week or so, I think. And so I feel like I brought down the border and did some words and put the snakes and things, but I don't actually know 100%. But again, I mean, the bottom of that border is pretty dense, but this would not take very long to finish if I just pulled it out and focused on it. It is on 32 count Picture This Plus Dapple. You can tell I was in a fabric of the month for Picture This Plus at one point. I have all these quarter yards of fabric that if I finished the projects that were on them, I'd have a lot more Picture This Plus fabric to put other projects on, but that's neither here nor there either. This one I do not have a cover photo for, and my very meager start does not do it justice. This is Rosina Dizery 1820, charted by works by ABC. It is a sampler from a Black girl from African school in New York. I believe that's right. I forget what it's called though. But so it's a recharted sampler. Part of it is 1/1, which is this part that I've started, and part of it is not 1/1. And this is a 32 count Ren Picture This Plus and DMC as called for. I plan to get this one out in February and make progress on it this year because it has sat neglected. It was really one day start when I started it and then has not been touched again since.
A classic.
And we have a finish. This is Iron Maiden from Uncanny Kari and D's 20. This is the pairing that goes with the Don't Touch Me that Amy showed earlier. And so the fabric is a 36 count linen in Fizzy Pop from Brennan Needle, and the flosses are all Brennan Needle. I chose to stitch mine 1/2 on the 36 count. And so the lace in the body of the Iron Maiden is kind of hard to see on screen, but it shows up really nicely in person. I really like how it turned out. I want to finish it like a doll, similar to the cover photo, which I did not pull out the cover photo because this was a finish. I have not found the right color of pink backing. I cannot find a fabric that is this pink to go on the backing. I might look into my reds instead of trying and continuing to fail to find a pink. It's not going to happen. Give it a nice red background. Ooh, maybe red velvet.
Ooh,
Don't own, but I know where I could get some pretty quickly.
that would be very
That's an
elegant.
idea.
Mhm.
I have to hold it into my head until I have a chance to go to the store. Okay, Amy, over to you.
All right. Continuing with finishes. This is Bloom, which is by Jessie from Mislaid Pages. This was their second ever pattern. You'll see their first pattern in a little while. It says bloom in your own way and in your own time. I love this so much. I stitched this April 6th and 7th. I think they released it on April 6th, so I got right on it. It is on a piece of Jessie fabric. It's the Sugar Light, the same that my Afshan sampler was on. I thought it was pretty appropriate to put a Jessie piece on a Jessie fabric. And I think it looks amazing. It's just DMC. I love it. I love it. And then we have a little one. This is from Christy at Pixel Pixie Cross Stitch. This was part of the Earth Day bundle from the Stitchers Collective. This is Biodiversity Matters. I loved this chart as soon as I saw it. The colors in it just sang to me. I kind of regret using the called for Cosmo floss because it was my first experience with Cosmo, and now I'm hooked. Thanks, Christy. But the good news is I found at least 3 places in town that carry the entire line of Cosmos, so they're easily accessible. Again, boo, because I'm obsessed with them. I find them to be just a little bit softer and a little bit shinier than DMC, and the variegated Cosmo flosses are amazing. I mean, the text isn't a variegated. It's the same one that I'm using in the Bivas sampler, so I'm gonna have to buy more of it. I mean, it's gotta happen. Yeah, I love Cosmo flosses. I'm a total, not a convert because I'm not gonna stop using DMC. They are a little bit more expensive, but they're very nice. And I can get them easily, unfortunately, but fortunately. But I love this. I love the stitch. I think I want to finish it into a little ornament or something and hang it in my office at work. So
Beautiful.
love it. And then the next one, I don't know how I'm going to show this because it's a biggie. It's kind of it's a biggie. I started this in December of 2020. And I finished it in May, on May 5th, 2023. She's Pandemic from Long Dog Samplers. Maybe if if you want to see the whole thing together, it's on my Instagram. But there it is. She's done. And it's in Mrs. Seda Silk in Peacock is the main color. And then I used a Sulky Variegated for all of the animals and DMC 550 just kind of randomly placed around wherever I thought it looked good as an accent color. And I miss stitching on this. I need to start another long dog. This was kind of comfort stitching to me. And yeah, I miss it. And finishing it at Stitch North in a room full of people that love doing what I do and appreciate this, it was kind of probably like, one of the top moments of my life.
Yeah.
Maybe that's sad, but it's not.
No,
it was a lot of fun.
Like if you're gonna finish something big like that, to do it in a room of people who will all clap and cheer for you.
Yeah,
pretty great.
It was amazing. I'm not gonna lie, it was amazing. I mean, it's amazing to have it finished. Clearly, I haven't done anything with it yet. I need to get it. I want to get this one professionally framed, so I'm kind of saving up pennies until that happens. But this one needs to be on the wall because sitting in a box is yeah. So I love it. Yeah, it was fun.
What size fabric is that? That looks like a,
It's 18 count.
okay.
It's an 18 count Ada. I hand dyed. This was the first piece I tried my hand dyeing with some RIT dye, and I think it turned out well. I just kind of wanted a silvery gray to go with that turquoisey floss. So
No, it's great. Looks great.
yeah, thank you. Probably I think that's the biggest one that I've ever finished. I want to say.
I would be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah. Between that and the 2021 modern folk embroidery, I don't know. I'm going to say that one's bigger.
Pandemic.
I don't know. Yeah. So then I had another finish at Stitch North, Quirky Quaker Pig.
So cute.
Which, can I tell you, like, finishing a pattern when the designer is literally sitting at the next table over, and the designer that I have like hugged and become real life friends with, that was kind of special too.
Yeah.
I loved it. I started this in the airport on the way to Stitch North on one of my layovers, and I thought I had the right colors for it. But when I started stitching in the stitching room at Stitch North, I didn't like the second color that I had. So I immediately got up and I went to the Brennan Needle, as you do when you're at Stitch North, went to their table and picked up a floss called Mealed Trout, which I had to ask Deanna what that meant. And she said it's like a Newfoundland, kind of like a term of endearment, like you might call your spouse, oh, that's mealed trout, you know, which I love. So yeah, it has a little bit of a Newfie floss in it, which I love too. Love it. A little pig. I love the pig. And then more Quirky Quaker barnyard animals. The cow, I also started this at Stitch North, and we got into a discussion about different flavored milk, and with Deanna and with Michelle Garrett, Bindi Stitchy. And so I decided that there needed to be a strawberry milk cow because strawberry milk is the best milk. Fight me. So I did strawberry milk. And again, that's a Brennan Needle variegated or speckled pink floss, which just turned out perfectly for a strawberry cow. And then Michelle decided she would do a chocolate milk cow, which is the second best kind of milk. And so, yeah, I think she showed her chocolate milk cow in her finish parade, which is totally cute too. But I love my strawberry milk. And now I have, I kind of want to do like a whole series of fruit flavored cows, like using all Brennan Needle speckled floss. Like they've got an orange speckled dreamsicle milk, you know, blueberry, mint chocolate chip, just all the cows need to happen. So I love this one.
Perfect.
Yeah. So there's my next 5.
Awesome. Okay, over to Megan.
All right. So my next one is no, that's wrong. Here. On my birthday last year, I started Quaker Pumpkins by Hello from Liz Matthews. And I did like one of the little motifs inside the big pumpkin when I started it. And then I worked on this for one of my WIP calls this year. And I did this whole pumpkin and I finished this one. So now I have 2 little pumpkins. This is a lot of fun to work on, and I definitely have in my WIP Go list this year, I think twice I have just Quaker, because I have so many big Quaker patterns now. So I was like, I definitely need to work more on these Quakers. This is just an 18 count white, and I'm using some DMC, some specialty floss, some sub DMC because I didn't have enough of one color. Like this one is used a lot, this like gold color, so I think I subbed it out for something that I had like a bunch of. But yeah, I think it's really beautiful.
Looks so good.
I will try to work on this more this year when it gets picked up for my Quaker call. And then next is Hildy's Winter Ride from Bendy Stitching. This is also in the Winter Magic stitch box. I started this, I think, when I got it because I was really excited for it.
Yeah, I think you started it almost immediately.
Yeah. And I'm doing this on, this is 28 count haunted linen. I think it's, forget who makes it. And I'm using some flosses from the box. So this variegated floss is for the border is one of the ones that we got from Forbidden Fabrico. And then I'm sort of doing my own conversion, which I think she did it in DMC. But I'm using some fancy flosses, and this is Black Etoile for the little bat, which was the called for as well. And I worked on this a little bit this year when I wanted to get out all of my like winter patterns. Or Christmas/winter patterns that I haven't worked on in a while. Okay, so the next one is my Afshan sampler, which we've seen Amy's so far, and we still are gonna see Megan's. Let's see if I can find the picture. Why are you doing this? Okay, Afshan sampler. Roomy Designs. She's big and beautiful. Mine is also with a variegated hand dyed by Rolanda, which I think is kind of funny because we're all Rolanda plus. And mine is also on Rolanda fabric. And then I've sort of picked, so I'm doing it in this sort of variegated, it's like orange, pink, purple, and then I have like a solid pink color from Rolanda that I'm sort of picking and choosing where I want to use that. And then I also have one also from her, which is just like the orange and the pink. So I'm going to use that in a few other places so that it's sort of like a little bit of difference. So I'm going like row by row, but I really like Amy's idea of just going straight down one side because we get to switch it up a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I love working on this. I think it's so fun. And especially once I get the hang of like the pattern, then I can kind of keep going and I don't have to like stop and look at the chart so much. So it's really fun stitching. And I like the border is really fun. I think it's cute.
That looks so good.
I'm really
Love it.
I love these bright colors. That's 3. Oh boy. So speaking of Sal's, the next one I also haven't touched in a very long time. I should just get Megan to hold up her full one. I don't even have the whole
buried, so you'll see it.
Okay. Everyone just remember what Megan's looks like. I don't even have the whole pattern downloaded because I'm still working on like May. But this is my Natural World Sal. This is where I'm at. I got waylaid around March and never really got back into it, so I'm several months behind. One of the other calls on my WIP Go is Stitch a Sal, any Sal. So all the Sals that I'm like months and months behind on, this will come up then. This is also a variegated Rolanda floss. This is a silk, and I'm just stitching it. I'm not even doing it like as if it's variegated. I'm just sort of going for it because it's one strand over 2 on 40 count. So you can't even really see like you can just sort of see the different colors, but it's, I don't know. I really like the effect and how it's working.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really pretty.
Someday it will be done and it will look beautiful like Megan's, but for now, she is. Okay, so 1, 2, that's 3, that's 4. One more. Okay, so this one, I started this one last year. I forget when exactly. It's just this Christmas sort of, I just want to bake and watch Christmas movies. I don't have the picture of like the actual thing. I don't know why. I'm really bad at saving cover photos. This is just on a white, I think this is a 16 count, but I changed all the colors. So I'm doing Etoile reds for the letters instead of like the pinky, like an off red, like orangey kind of color. And then I'm gonna do Etoile green for the green letters. And then the Christmas lights around the outside I'm gonna do in like orange, yellow, purple, like rainbow colors. So I was gonna work on this over Christmas, which is why it's in a frame. Did I touch it even once? No. Put it in a frame, had it all ready to go, didn't even look at it. Because I started like 3 things and, you know, whatever.
Just how it goes sometimes.
Right?
So I'm leaving it in a frame because my WIP Go call for January, one of them is anything with words. And
Mm.
I'm still kind of like feeling the festive spirit, so I thought I'd leave that one in the frame in case I feel like working on it in January. So yeah.
Was that 5?
That was 5, yeah.
I'm not counting, so you got to tell me. Okay, so I have another finish. This is my wonky cat from We All Know and Love Her, Miriam at Maroon Designs. I stitched this. This is an ornament count from Fortnite Fabric. Ornament count. I forget if it's 36 or 40. It's one of the two. And then this is a Silks for You that I believe is called Mermaid. I think. It's teal, purple, white. I love this a lot. You can tell I haven't even ironed it since I finished it. Yeah, I want to do more of these animals, but I have a lot of projects going, so I'll get there. But I started with this one because I just think the bird in the tummy is so hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that one a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Just sits in the done pile. Okay, next up is a very meager start from, year and a half ago. I guess it's not super meager. It is relative to the size of the pattern. I don't have the pattern photo handy. Google is your friend, or I can, like, if you ask about it, I can send more information. But this is Vintage Halloween Carousel from Witchy Stitcher. It is on a Fortnite Fabric 36 count, Beloved, and the stitching is all in DMC. I really like this. I started it. I got a fair amount done, and then I just never picked it up again, as you do. So this was one of, if not the first of Meg's Patreon releases.
I think it was the first one.
But I'm so delayed on doing it that you can just go to her website and buy it now if you want to also stitch the Vintage Halloween Carousel. And she's released like 2 or 3 patterns that go along with it, all like with the same color theme, all like a haunted fair thing. So if you're into that, go check out her stuff. My next one is Beachcomber by Lindy Stitches, which was from the Pacific Northwest Stitch Summit 2022, one of the patterns from that. Lindy Stitches and the Blue Flower were the designers. And so I have a very meager start. I did the top of that border. I did all the stitching while I did the retreat via Zoom. So I did all that stitching while I was hanging out on Zoom over that weekend. And again, haven't touched it since, even though I love it and I really want to stitch that whale. So it's on the list. There's beads on it, which will be pretty. It's on a natural linen 32 count, I want to say. In DMC Classic Colorworks, and I'm pretty sure the whale is dinky dye, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. Don't quote me.
So I recall you saying that it was the dinky dye.
You recall me saying it this time last year when we filmed our.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then I've got Midnight in the Pumpkin Patch by Uncanny Kari, which I did a sulky conversion for. And again, I stitched on it really the one day when I started it and haven't touched it since. It is on a 16 count black Aida. I love this pattern and I just need to pull it out again. I'm still disappointed that you can't really see that face, so I will probably pick out the eyes and the nose and the mouth and stitch them in a slightly darker pink. But yeah, I love it. I was down to stitch it, dove in pretty quick, and then have no follow through. Ashon Sampler. We all know and love her. Here is mine. So this is on a 40 count prehistoric from Fox and Rabbit. How do I hold this straight? I'm stitching it also with hand dyed by Rolanda's. I took one of my Floss of the Month packs and used that, and then I've added, as I've gotten other colors from her that are like similar in tone, so I've got things to pick and choose from. So I'm just sort of picking colors as I go. And yeah, it's really pretty. I need to get more work on it. I believe I decided in September that it would be option till the end, and then I got distracted. September was also a busy month. I traveled for work and that sort of thing, but I love it. I'm gonna stitch on that more this year for sure. But this is one of the projects that I think I spent the most time on that was a pre-existing WIP this year.
Yeah.
It did get a lot of love. That was 5. So back to Amy for more finishes.
Yay. All right, I'm gonna bump one up. I was doing them in order, but and I finished this one relatively recently, but I'm going to talk about it now because it's a present for my father, and I see on my fine friends that he's almost home.
Oh, okay.
From work. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about it so he can't hear me. I was going to give it to him for Christmas. It's past Christmas, but I want to give it to him like maybe today, so I need to finish it, fully finish it. But this is Toonies from Dee and Kari. This was released at Stitch North. Bought it, fell in love with it. I did it as a memorial piece for my dad's brother, whose name was Gerald, and we lost him back in the summer. He spent a lot of time at his island in Canada. He lived here in Oklahoma, but he had a very small island, about 10-acre island in Rainy Lake, Ontario, Canada. And he spent every summer there for like 50 years. I got to go up one summer and it was absolutely beautiful. But loons were my uncle's favorite birds. I don't know that I ever saw him in a shirt that didn't have a loon on it. And so I thought it would be a perfect kind of memorial piece for him. I have plans to finish it in a shadow box with some trinkets, just memories of time on the island and some pictures and things like that. I have all of the stuff. I just need to finish it, and maybe it will be done today. I kind of hope it will be done today. We'll see. We'll see if I get that far. But yeah, so
tell us about the fabric, because I know
the fabric.
I like boost your own skills here.
Yeah, so I wanted to dye something myself, and I wanted it to look like water on a sunset on a lake. When we were in Canada, which was, I went up in 1991, the summer of 1991. My uncle did this thing called painting the water, and he took us out on his boat at sunset, and we found this kind of big open patch of water, and he would take the boat and just kind of drive around in circles, and all of the colors of the sunset would just blend together on the water, and it looked so beautiful, and he called it painting the water. And so I wanted to bring that into fabric as much as I could. I think that I'm really happy with how it came out. I think I captured it pretty well. I hope. So yeah, that was my second foray into dyeing fabric. I'm not going to make a go of it, don't worry. But
it's very,
I would buy that. I would buy that. So.
Thank you. But yeah, I loved it. I think it turned out really well.
Yeah,
I used sulky on the bird, and I think it just I mean, the pattern itself is striking. The way that they charted the loon just is. And I learned that I learned from my friend Caroline, the babies are called loonlets.
Yep.
I didn't know that. I love it.
And they do ride on their parents' backs like that.
Right? It's so cute. It's so cute. So yeah, that one.
So good.
Yes. So then another D and Kari, or no, this is just from D, right? Yeah. Yeah, so Dee released this at Stitch North as well. This is the Beverly Glen sampler. I kitted this up at Stitch North, bought the pattern, and used all of the Roxy Flossco fabric and well, actually, I bought a different fabric because I think I wanted one that was a little bit lighter than the called for. But I did buy all the Roxy Flossco flosses for it. And I stitched this. I started it at Stitch North, worked on it a lot on my way home, finished it when I got home. And so the only thing that I changed is down here, the text. Dee had Beverly Glen as the text, and I changed it to Stitch North. And this kind of became my Stitch North sampler. It has a lot of happy memories tied up into it. And I think it was fate because Beverly Glen and Stitch North have exactly the same spacing. So it just worked out. And it's got a moose. I mean, I'm kind of obsessed with moose. So, but I love this so much. This is definitely one that I want to get framed as soon as possible and get it up on my wall. Because, yeah, happy memories, a lot of them in that piece. Next is Pride Star by another chart by our friend Miriam. She released this for in June of 2023, and I had to stitch it right away because I loved it. The only thing I changed, I didn't do all of the background. There's some black in the empty spaces, but I decided to leave it open because I like the way it looked on this fabric. This is a Be Stitch Me fabric in Princess 18 count. And then inside the hearts, I decided to change those to the ace colors. So we've got black, gray, white, and purple to represent myself. And I love this so much. This is another one that I want to get framed and put it on my wall because it's very pretty. Okay. Yeah. And next, again, during Pride Month, we have Quirky Quaker Penguin. And I turned him full on ready for a gay pride parade. He's got his fancy vest. He's got a sparkly purple bow tie. And I used my favorite rainbow floss, which is mandarin silk from Dying for Cross Stitch. Love the bright colors in that rainbow floss. So yeah, he's my pride penguin and I love him.
Oh, cute.
And then another piece that I started and finished for Pride by Dee is Flowers for Sylvia. They did this for Sylvia in honor of Sylvia Rivera, who was a trans woman and activist as well. It says, "We are not ashamed of who we are." It's a quote from her. And I just love this pattern. All the flowers have very symbolic meaning. The charting on that rose is amazing. That vase was a beast to stitch, but I think it looks so good in those colors. And I did make one modification. Dee had charted for the lavender flowers, had charted French knots. Me and French knots don't get along at all. We are mortal enemies and have been since the time I first started stitching. So I put beads on instead. I will stick a bead anywhere that there's a French knot. And I think the beads look pretty good on there. So yeah.
Love it.
So that's that one. And I think that's 5.
All right, so my next one is Data Portraits in Paris from Shaded Citrus. You've already seen the finished one, so I don't even need to show a picture. I also started this in February when she launched the style, and I tried to keep up with it. I did really good for like 15 days or so, and then I sort of fell off. And then I almost finished it when I got it out again this year. Came really close and then got distracted. I would just echo everything Amy already said about this piece. I think it's incredible. I love the meaning behind everything. I almost went to the exhibit that was on in New York, but we were only there for like 2 days and we just didn't have enough time to get there. But I think it's so cool. And I didn't know that there was a book, so I might have to pick that up as well. Mine is on, I think it's 16 count Rustico. It's a little smaller. I think it's 16. And it's all just in the DMC, which is beautiful. And yeah, I love this one. I definitely want to work on it more. That's going to be one that if I like get the urge to finish something, that I think that one is the one that's like the closest to a finish right now. All right, and my next one is also one that we've already seen today, because Amy finished it. And this is Bloom by Jessie. So mine is on, this is called Wine Stain. I think this is also a 16 count, and this is from Brynna Needle. And it's like purple because Jessie loves purple. I used a variegated DMC pink for the pink in here. And then I tried to use the same color for the words, but it just didn't show up very well on the fabric. So I ripped it out and I'm going to do it in just like a solid pink. This is another one that I literally could finish in like a few hours if I ever get my act together. All right. So my next one, this one was part of, let me see, I need the picture. So this one was part of the Tea Time style from X Stitch the Rainbow. So they released this. So these are all, what are they called? Treenway silks. And this one is the one from Ink Circles. This is the only one I started. I ordered like 7 of these, and I ordered the silk pack, and I have barely worked on even this one. This is my tiny start. Someday I'll stitch this. I love it. This is a 32 count plum, I think it's called, that I got at that embroidery show that I went to last year. And I also ordered the needle minder that came with the silk pack. And these are all beautiful and I love them, and I definitely want to work on that. If you want to see a finished one, Helen already finished it, so go look at hers. This next one, this is a Miriam one. Megan finished this one. I have not.
Get in a bit.
This is Happy Eid. Miriam released this last year for Eid, the end of Ramadan. And I started stitching mine with this is a silky 30 weight, which I do not recommend for cross stitching in the future. I probably wouldn't stitch with it. It's more of like a sewing thread. But Kaylee sent it to me in one of my packages, and I was like, oh my god, silky, I want to stitch with this. I think it looks nice. It's just like it's not super fun to stitch with. But I think I'm gonna finish the border in this blue thread because I don't want to start over, and then I'm gonna do something else for the middle, I think. This is a 16 count bridesmaid. This is the same fabric that my Under the Sea sal is on that I didn't talk about. But yeah, it's just like a nice like variegated blue.
Blue pops so well on that fabric.
It looks really good. I do really like it, and I definitely need to finish it this year. That's also on the list of a quick finish. All right, next is Marshmallow World. This is by our friend Michelle at Bendy Stitchy. And I bought the Roxy floss pack to go with this because I think it's amazing. I love those colors. I started this and worked on this a bit at Stitch North because I wanted to show it off to Michelle. And then also Nat told me that she stitched the model for this, and she was like, "Oh my god, I did that!" And I was like, "Oh my god, crazy!" Do you have any tips? Yeah. So this is on a 16 count Misty Blue. Is it Misty Blue or Misty Gray? I can't remember, but you guys know what I'm talking about. This is the same one that my Winter Village is on.
Those are so cute.
Really cute.
Yeah, I love marshmallows. Marshmallows are one of my favorite candy things ever.
Mm.
I just think they're so cute.
Mhm.
Next is my Beverly Glen sampler. Can you see it? Can you spot it?
Uh-huh.
Right there in the, in the corner. I also got the floss pack for this one at Stitch North. This is a one of a kind. I don't even think this had a name. I think this is also from the Roxy or the Evertote table. I just have my little trillium started there. It's a little dark for this green. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna change it.
Get the rest in, it'll show better.
Yeah. Yeah.
It needs more things around it. And this is like a giant piece also. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'm barely gonna use any of this for
Mm-hmm.
so I
Got
think
lots left over.
I believe this is a 32 count because I don't think I would have bought a 36 count, but it does look kind of small. So I genuinely don't know. But I'm doing two strands.
Two strands.
So it's probably a 32.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't have the tag for it anymore. Not important. Next, I also started this at Stitch North. This is Carolyn's Balloons. This is from Jan Hicks. And I really like this pattern. I wanted to start this for a while, but I just didn't know what fabric I wanted to use or if I was going to do DMC or what, because it's mostly charted in flosses that I don't use. And then I bought just some random stuff at Stitch North, and I was like, hey, these colors would look really good together in this pattern. So this I think is the fabric that Amy did her Beverly Glen on.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's an 18 count. It was from Evertote. And I'm stitching this in a combination of Sulky and Brennan Needle over dyed that I grabbed at Stitch North, and I think it's gonna look really good. I'm just sort of picking my own colors based on the picture. And okay, next is number 8. This is a WIP that I inherited from Michelle, who where there it is. So this is the Spring Fling pattern from Dee and Kari. This is the little version. We still go on. And I started this while everyone was getting their tattoos after Stitch North. And then Michelle told me to keep it because Stephanie had accidentally been gifted a double copy of all the stuff from the Spring Fling block. So then she was like, here, you can just have my extras. And then Michelle was like, well, I'll just keep it and finish it for yourself. And I've been working on it a little bit because it's a really, since I started stitching it in hand with all the floss that came in the box. And so I've been like taking it with me when I want something that I can stitch on the go. And it's really easy for that. And then this is, we think it's called Hot Chocolate, but it might be something else. It's a 16 count, also from Brennan Needle, and Megan has the other half of this fabric.
I have half, you have a quarter, and Michelle has a quarter.
Michelle has the bar. She cut it in half and gave it to Megan, and then she cut it in half again and let me keep this part. So hopefully I'll finish this soon. We want to reunite them at Stitch North next year.
Oh, that would be fun.
See how, because I don't like if they were all oriented the same way or if they're all completely different.
Put it together like a puzzle.
Yeah.
We were talking about how I might not need a big bag, but if I have to bring all my stuff back from Stitch North,
True.
buy my necessity, which is in a frame now, and
Oh yeah,
because you have to reunite it with all the minus.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are going to need a big bag.
yeah.
All right. Next, I started Mother Nature from Marumi Design. Their friend Miriam. So this was in the Earth Day box, and this is my little start on it. And I'm doing this on 18 count Rustico with the same sulky green that she stitched her model in. I think it's just called All the Greens. And I thought it was kind of funny that I had the exact floss and fabric that she used for the model, so I just had to do mine the same as hers.
Well, I mess with perfection.
That's true.
I'm gonna do my next two also because they're both also from the across the Earth Day box. So this one is Counting Puddles Earth Day design, which I love. I think it's beautiful. I've barely worked on it. This is all I think this is all the called for DMC, but I think I may have subbed a couple colors because I didn't have the exact ones. But it's pretty close. But it's all DMC, and this is a 14 count. I think this one is called Aurora Borealis from Kaylee, if this makes sense. And the next one and the last one for this section is also from the Earth Day box, and it is by Sprouting Lupine. It is greenwashing. She also has a fall version now that I desperately want to stitch, but I'm forcing myself to finish this. And I did mine in a variegated DMC, so that green and purple color. And then I picked similar greens and similar purples, and I'm just sort of like doing whatever I want. And this is a 14 count printed DMC, or no, Charles Craft or whatever. It's from Michael's. It's the, so it comes in a tube. And yeah, it's a really pretty blue color. And these ones will all be gorgeous when they're finally finished.
I need to look through that Earth Day bundle again because there's several that I wanted to stitch and I've only stitched one of them. So I need to because those three that you're doing are all three that I have on my list.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 11 of mine.
Awesome. For those of you at home, we decided to speed things up so that we can end more evenly. So Megan and I are showing more relative to what Amy's showing going forward. Next on my list is the Darwin Sampler from Hannah Stitching, which there's honestly very little reason why this isn't done yet. I don't have a picture. You can look it up. It is a quote from Charles Darwin that says, "But I am very poorly today and very stupid and hate everybody and everything." And there'll be like his name and the date and another border and I think another beetle or two. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked at the chart in a while. I love it. This fabric is a 14 count. It says mystery. I don't know if that means it's unnamed or if the name of it is mystery. It's from Kaylee 10 Stitch. And then the floss is blue steel, which is also from Kaylee 10 Stitch. I think it's beautiful. I would like this in my office. Maybe I will hang it on the outside of my office door.
Love that.
As a warning, we'll see. I think it wouldn't last very long out there, unfortunately. But I love it. And like there's no reason for it not to be done. I did work on it this year. I think I had just a bit of the border. So I got all that text done in that beetle. So that should be a 2024 finish. Okay, I'm on to my second pile now. This is progress. I have the Bird Crush Club, which I had big plans to stitch a whole bunch of these this year. I have not touched this since I started it last year. So this one is the gray or black-throated gray warbler. So it looks like that when it is done. I was so ambitious that I left it on the Q-snap. We can talk about the pros and cons of that later. It's been on the Q-snap for 12 months. The fabric was loosened. I tightened it for this, but so yeah, so I have a bit of the branches and a little bit of the bird head done. Again, very small patterns, very quick to stitch. No excuses. Maybe I will leave that one out. If I leave it out in handy, maybe it will get done. It is already on the frame, which is half the battle. Another barely started. I have the Friendship Sampler from Bendy Stitchy and the Blue Flower. I love this. I love the boat. I love the giant swan. I love the donuts everywhere. And I have a whopping start on the border. So this fabric is a 46 count linen that I did some dyeing experiments myself.
Mm.
It's got a little bit of tea dye staining, a little bit of green, a little bit of purple. This is, I believe it's a silk for you floss. I'm not 100% sure, but it's rainbowy. I've just grabbed a bunch of flosses that kind of match the colors, so I have my own conversion. But I need to get cracking on this or else it will never get done, is really what it ends up being. So I like it a lot. I have liked it since I got the pattern. I believe it was a Nashville release in 2020. I believe I ordered it in 2020, did not start it until 2022, and have not stitched on it since I started it. But I love it. Next up, temporally, but one that I've spent a lot of time with this year, is my Chaos Birds temperature cell. I'm gonna do this kind of tricksy because it is still on the very large Q snap. But here it is. So you'll see I have 7 or 8 birds that will be left to do in December. So I will sit down and do those on either Sunday night or Monday morning. I can't decide if I want it to be my last finish for 2023 or my first finish in 2024. It's beautiful. I'm gonna just turn it into a wall hanging. I have several fabrics with birds on it to choose from. And I really like how it turned out. I don't know if I would do a temperature cell that had this many stitches for every day again, but these birds are amazing. I've had fun with the doodads. I've added, some extra things in there for December. It's charted with the snowflakes, but then Christy also gave us Christmas lights and Christmas baubles. So I just did one of each. And yeah, I have really enjoyed working on this, and I'll be very glad when it is done. But it's a huge accomplishment. I think personally, it's giant. It's like 200 plus by 200 plus stitches. So there's a lot of work in there. And yeah, I'm also amazed that I kept up with it and will be completing, relatively on time.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Next up is Autumn Cloche from Hello from Liz Matthews. I think this is beautiful. I have a Roxy Floss Co. conversion that I believe Bridget, the museum stitcher, first had them make, but you can order it from them. I have the tiniest of starts on the top of the cloche. And this is a 40 count My Little Dove by XJU Designs fabric, which is beautiful. But yeah, if I ever want this on my wall, I need to spend some more time with it. I've done too many like start-a-thons and then never gone back to the projects is my problem. The next one is Blackbird by Blackbird Designs, one of their Beatles inspired patterns. This is beautiful. It's not very big. 0 excuses on why it's not done. I'm stitching it on a 32 count brash from Picture This Plus using a one-of-a-kind floss from Roxy Floss Co. I don't know where my camera is. I don't know if you can see, there's the tiniest tint of blue every once in a while in the black, which I thought was appropriate for the Blackbird because no Blackbirds are actually truly black. There's always blue and other iridescent colors. And yeah, it would not take very long to whip that out if I just sat down and spent time with it. I feel like just a broken record telling you this over and over. Speaking of small and quick, next up, Coffee Fobs, Festival Fobs Coffee Edition from Heartstring Samplery. There's a whole bunch on here. I don't know how many I will do. I started exactly one of them with the intention of doing a handful of them. I have another Heartstring Samplery coffee pattern that I want to make into a little wall hanging. I have the most beautiful coffee bean fabric to go with it, and I just wanted at least 4 to do like corners of the wall hanging with, and I have most of one done. There's just, I think it's got spoons, and then there's supposed to be an initial in the middle, right? Like I could whip that out in 2 seconds. Yeah, here we are. So Maybe I will motivate myself to work on those. Maybe I'll tell myself tomorrow morning I can't have coffee until my coffee fobs are done.
There you go. No, that's dangerous.
The next one is Cursed Cabinet from D and Kari. I am not into super spooky things, but my spouse is. So this will go in his office if I ever get it done. Because dun da da da, that's what I have done. Again, like it's not a huge pattern. There's quite a bit in there. It's 100 by 166, so it's fairly big, but it's got a lot of open space in it as well too, right? It's not full coverage. But I have to work on it to get it done. This is on a 32 count curio, which is a not a fortnight, sorry, Fangirl Fibers fabric. This came in the Haunted America box from Fangirl Fibers last year. I believe that they've released it now, though. I think if you like it, you can go and get it from D and Kari. Done in DMC flosses on the curio fabric. I think it's going to be really pretty when it is done. It's funny though, I bought the box specifically for that after having seen a bit of a sneaky peek at the pattern, I believe at the Spring Fling, I think. I don't know. Sneaky peek of the pattern at some point, and I was like, oh, that's a thing that I think I should stitch. And then I have not spent a lot of time with it. It's a recurring theme. Small Starts continues. So this is Yule Ball from Bendy Stitchy, which I think she originally did for a box, but she released it in a Cosmo colorway and conveniently sold the Cosmo floss packs. I have very impressively done some of the border. The fabric is a Bestitch Me in gunmetal, I think 32 count. That is a border. The Cosmo floss is beautiful to work with. I should spend some more time with it. I really like the pattern. Yeah. It's just nice. Things. There's too many good patterns and too little time.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So that brought us to the end of my 2022 starts.
Okay.
Which means everything from here out, aka 50% of the projects I'm showing today, are from this. Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong at all. This one is a finish, but it was a start on January 1st last year. This is my Natural World cell from Pixie Pixel Cross Stitch. So I stitched this on a 56 count linen named Olive from Hand Dye by Rolanda with a floss named Lava, which I'm still not 100% sure how the lava goes with the blue, but that's what's on the tag. I loved working on this. I fell off the wagon a little bit, and so I had a few months to catch up on, which I think I plowed through in June, maybe. Anyways, once I got caught up, I stayed caught up. And so I finished this in December. I realized after I framed, it's just got this tiniest little mark, so I'm gonna have to put a dab of paint on there. But this is an 8.5 by 11 frame.
That's perfect.
Wow.
That's tiny.
It looks so good though.
It's so good. It fits perfectly.
Amazing.
Stretching could be a smidge better, but you know, I'm learning. So good though. So this will hang on my wall upstairs, and I will smile every time I look at it. Yep.
It's really nice.
Yep. So that was a finish. Okay, this is where we get into the part where I only have pictures because things are not here. So this is both Megan and Amy talked about their pictures, their projects from Miriam's wildcard birthday Sal, where she challenged us to sorry, I'm having issues with my thing. She challenged us to take a floss that we weren't super comfortable with and to stitch something with it. So I had this, I don't even remember what the brand is, but this variegated floss that was pink and white and green, and I just didn't know So I did my whole Death Before decaf, which is a witchy stitcher pattern based around that floss. And so I pulled then other colors that matched the floss a little bit, and I think it turned out lovely. This is framed and sits in my office at work. It's a bit of a warning to folks. Yeah, I really
so good on that fabric too.
Yeah, it's good. This is an ornament cut. 36 count, I believe, because this looks like I did it over two, probably to get those lighter colors. And then another finish, I'm getting a bit of a preview here because I'm not organized temporally, which the background is my messy desk. This is how I operate. But this is also Witchy Stitcher. This is one of her woodcut cryptids. So they're the cryptids from the Cryptid Sal. And she has the supernatural one as well. And then she did these laser woodcut kits. So it's DMC in the woodcut. And so this lives upstairs. I just didn't grab it because I gave it to Daniel. So he should have it. And that is, yeah, it is what it is. It's woodcut, Witchy Stitcher, DMC floss. And I'm trying to figure out how many I've shown. I feel like I've shown 11, so I should probably stop talking for a bit and hand it back over to Amy.
Did for those ones, is the stand already attached to it when you're stitching on it?
No,
okay.
So that came as like 4 pieces. The stand, 2 little.
Okay. I was wondering because I was like, mate, that might be tricky to stitch on, but okay, that makes sense.
That's such a good idea though. Like such a good idea.
They're so good, and she so much floss. She gives you way more floss than you need in those kits. I have a couple more that I have here that I should just whip out because again, they don't take very long. And then there's definitely a few more that I want, but she hasn't done another run of them in a while, which is understandable. But once she does another run, I will definitely be on it.
Yeah, I need to jump on those too because they're so cool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. My next finish was again from the Bird box, and this is Jessie's pattern, Slate Pages. This was their first design, which I can't wait to see what else they come up with because this was amazing. That border was so much fun to stitch. The irises were so cool, and the swans, beautiful. Again, on a Jessie fabric, of course, using all dinky dyes from the box itself. I'm so excited to see what's in this year's box. I'm going to say it again because I'm so excited. Yeah. So this one's a good one. I started this one in February and I finished it in June of this year. So
beautiful.
Start to finish for this year. My next one was my New Year, New Start for 2021. And I didn't finish it until July 20th of this year, but it's Andromeda from Mirabilia. This is on a hand dyed by Rolanda piece of fabric. And when I first got back into cross stitching, I didn't even know hand dyed fabric was a thing because it wasn't when I stitched a long time ago. And this was one of the first pieces of hand dyed fabric that I bought. And I had it in a box just for a year before I finally figured out what I wanted to do with it. And I think she looks so good on it. I started to stitch her as charted, and I actually stitched her leg as charted, which was a very pink skin tone. And then I did some reading on Andromeda. And in Greek mythology, Andromeda was not a Greek porcelain skinned princess. She was a princess from Ethiopia. So she was actually black. So I recharted her to a darker skin tone. And I also recharted the hair to be kind of a cooler brown tone. And I love how she came out. Julie, Kansas City girl in Colorado World, did a similar skin tone conversion, but she made her look like the new Ariel from The Little Mermaid with the red hair and dark skin, and she looks so beautiful as well. So Go check her out if you haven't. She's got a lot of beads on her too, and I love her. There's just like so much movement in this piece with the waves and the wind in her hair, and I love her. She's definitely one that I also want to get professionally framed this year when I save up enough pennies and get her up on the wall because I love her so much. And then you've seen this from Megan, but I also finished. We still go on the little one. I still have the big chart to do from Dee and Kari's Spring Fling 2023. This was started on the day of Tattoo Day, of course, at the Croffle place, my first Croffle. It was delightful. So again, there's a lot of happy memories tied up in this piece too. It was just such a great day. This is on an unnamed Bestitch Me fabric that I love. Again, pinks and purples, and using that Brenna needle floss in Spoiled Rotten, which I love the variegation in that. It's so good, so good. Yeah, so that's another good one. And then we're getting into the small ones now. This is a CC Cutie Jackalope from Michelle Bindi at Bindi Stitchy Designs. I love this so much. I chose 2 colors of Cosmo floss because again, I was obsessed with Cosmo floss. And stitched that in a couple of days over in September. It's on a Fibralicious Yummy Fibers fabric. And I just love these. I know she's coming out with more of these and I can't wait. I can't wait. I've seen a sneak peek of another one and it's really, really good.
Oh, I think, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you'll see another one in a minute too. But before that, I did this one on October 1st. This is a Witchy Stitcher pattern. I don't have a lot of their patterns, but I bought a couple on that day because we were celebrating Stitchy for Witchy Day on October 1st in support of them. And this is called Gothic Snowflake, and there's like 6 different snowflake patterns that you get with one, and it's all, you can't tell, but it's in a toile, so it sparkles. I showed this one to my dad and I said, Dad, look what I did today. And he goes, oh, that's really cute. Are those skulls? I said, yeah, they are. He's kind of like, oh, okay. But I love it. I love it. And this fabric is a Roxy Floss Co. in Candy Apple Red. This fabric is Jean's fault, pediatric stitcher, because we were at Stitch North and I was headed to the Roxy Floss Co. table and I saw her walk by with a piece of this and I said, what is that fabric? Because I need it. And immediately went and bought one. It is so red and so beautiful. Yeah.
I believe I was behind you on that trip to the table as well.
Yeah.
So that fabric.
Yeah.
I will also blame Jean for that purchase. So thank you.
Right?
Jean. Blaming
but
you
happily.
The best way with all the love.
Happily, right? I mean, I'm glad I saw her with this because it was an immediate purchase for me. I don't know what else I'm going to put on it, but the white looks really good on it. So
yeah, that's great.
Possibly more Gothic snowflakes in a toile from me.
I think so.
Yeah. So that's my next 5.
Okay, Megan. Hit the right buttons. There we go.
So my next one is also a Sal. Oh, come on. And it is, how do you do this? There we go. Treasure Island from Al Forest Embroidery. And that's the completed, come on, don't do this. Anyway, there we go. That's the completed chart. I love it. I think it's amazing. I'm so excited to do that parrot and the island in the middle, the treasure map part. I have made a valiant effort. This is where I'm at. I have quite a bit left to go. So this will be on the list for next year when it's Stitch a Sal or I don't know. Anytime I feel like pulling it out. Yeah, I'm doing mine on 18 count Rustico, one strand, because it's so big. And I have some fancy flosses, some DMC, some I'm just sort of grabbing colors depending on what the motif is. So like this blue was supposed to be the same blue as this, but I didn't like that, so I changed it.
Mhm.
Like on the fly, like just stuff like that. But yeah, I really like it. I'm gonna keep working on it, but it's it's a big one.
They do,
Mm.
they're big drops, right? And they're every week.
It was every other week, so yeah,
Mm.
and so
So,
it's done. It's done now, so I can kind of like if I want to do all the like yellow chain things, I can just do all of those all in one go, which I might do because I like having
Mm.
it kind of like spaced out, and then I
the
know.
area you want to work in based on how much time you have and that sort of thing. Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on to pile number 2.
Woo.
Mhm.
So this is from Quaternion Creations, I think is the name. And it is the Dragons and Apple Sow.
Mm.
Looks like this.
Mm. I
I
love that.
didn't do it as a sow. I did it afterwards because I read Fourth Wing and I was like, oh, I want to make a dragon pattern. So I'm changing the color so it's not just black and white. So I'm doing it based on the dragons in Fourth Wing. So this is Andarna, who, spoilers for
Mhm.
the next book, she's not gold because they're only gold when they're little. So when they grow up, they turn into another color. So I think I'm gonna do one of the other dragons to be her as a grown-up dragon now. Because if
Cool.
you look in this pattern, like it's like a girl and a dragon, and she's obviously very little because the girl is like basically the same size. Um, so I might do like this one as like the grown-up Andarna or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah,
That's
so
cool.
I'm doing this all so the border is going to be black, and then I'm doing sparkly colors for the dragons, and I'm sort of just like picking colors based on whatever I want to do. And I'm doing it on, this is 18 count strawberry lemonade from Kaylee at the sewing shop. And I really like how the black looks on there. I think it's really cool.
Mm.
So this is one, I mean, I'll work on it when I feel like working on it. No pressure on myself. All right, so my next 3 were all ones that I started when I went away in June. So they're like little easy to pick up and go travel projects. So I started my Highland Coos bookmark kit before I left so I could work on that. And this is where we're at. I've barely touched it, but like anytime that I want to grab something to like stitch on when I'm not going to be at home, it's like great for that because it's like everything's just like in a bag. Um, and then I also started charts. So I started this flamingos all the way from Hands On Design, and I made myself like a little kit where I just like pulled flosses and like put them on a card so they would all be like ready to go. And this is just like a scrap of, it's like an off-white Ada. I think it's like, it might be, no, it's probably a 14 count. It looks pretty big. The one I'm using this, the pink is Flamingo by Roxy Fosco, because, and then all the other ones are just whatever the called for DMC is. And then I also started, while I was away, this kit from Canadian Stitchery, and it's this bear with Northern Lights colors. And this run for that one.
It's so
And
cute.
I like the wood ones because they're really easy to stitch on when you're like out of the house or whatever.
Mm.
So you don't need a frame or anything.
Mhm.
So those are my to-go projects. And then next one is, this is Sailor's Delight from D's 20
You know, mer people.
Speaking of mer people, so this is him when he's finished. And I worked on this one quite a bit this year because I was really, my board go? I'm curious. Anyway, I was really trying to get this one done. I came pretty close. I definitely wanted to at least finish his body and his tail.
Mm.
I got that done. This is a 28 count. It's called Sally's Dream, and I got it from Fangirl Fibers box for the Nightmare Before Christmas. And I'm using, I think it's the called for DMC, and then the red is like not DMC, but like off-brand DMC that I just had lying around that was like the right color.
So good. I love that pattern. I loved stitches.
I love, oh, here it is. I love him too. I think he's great. I really want to finish that one. I started it because I was having FOMO because everyone was finishing it, and I was like, more coming. Okay, next is this is the Quakers in Scandinavia from Tempting Tangles, which I really, really like. I have a very tiny start. And this is an opalescent, I think it's 32 count from my Winter Magic box last year. So I have the tiniest start on the mountain there. It's very tricky to stitch on this. But I think it's gonna look so good. It's gonna look so good when it's done. And especially like the Northern Light, like Quakers at the top, like, yeah, I really like this one. I need to stitch on this one. One of my calls for this month for January was a Quaker. So, oh, my iPad just died. All right. Anyway, the next one, this is another Quaker. This is upside down. Summer Quaker from Leela Stitches. You'll see this as well when Megan pulls hers out. This was Megan's birthday start that she started.
I did. You got further than I did.
She started this on her birthday. I wanted to start this on her birthday, but my fabric got lost. So then I had to order this other fabric. So this is, I think it's called Winter's whatever, from Kaylee, which is kind of funny that it's a summer Quaker and the fabric is called Winter, but you know what? It works. And I like that it's like a light blue, so it's like, because there's a lot of blue, and then this whole square is like water and like stuff. So I think it'll look really nice on there. Yeah, this is where I'm at. I'm using it's all also just DMC, so I'm just using all the called for. And then my next two, I wonder if I have pictures in my phone. My iPad was on like 1% battery, and I was like, it'll survive. It's fine.
I mean, you're better than me. You have pictures. A lot of the things coming up, I don't have pictures for, and people have to use their imagination or their Google, and it'll be fun.
I don't have this. Well, anyway. Okay, so this was supposed to be Spooky Summer from Witchy Stitcher, but I made mine Ghoul Summer because I think it's funny.
Cool.
So this is the one, there's gonna be like skeleton flamingos up here. And I think it just looks really cool. And this is Chemical Burn, I think, from Kaylee at the sewing shop, and I picked it because I like how this stretch of beige kind of looks like a sandy beach, and then it's like your water and then your sky, and there's like a sun
Perfect.
here. Yeah, I think it's gonna look
So good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then my next one is gonna be the Goth Pride. Oh, that's why it's not in there, because it's in the Pride box. Is that in there? Nope, never mind. All right. So this is gonna be Goth Queer from Witchy Stitcher. So this was in the Pride Day bundle. And oh, there it is. Will I find it? Haha. 200. I have to download it. But also on the back of this fabric is my finish from Stitch North of my Quirky Quaker seahorse. And I was gonna put the other seahorse facing the other way on this fabric. So there's one of my finishes. Here it is. This is what it's got. So it's just very bright and colorful, and actually doesn't have any black in it, which is unusual, but that's why it's on a dark fabric. So I pretty much finished the rainbow, which was my goal the last time I was stitching on it, and then I started the words. But yeah, it's not very big. Like, it's only going to come down to like about here. So this one, these two I both started on October 1st for Witchy Stitcher Day, and this was a 16 count one of a kind from Roxy Floss that I got at Stitch North last year.
Nice.
And I think that's 11, and that included a finish.
Okay. I will make myself the star. So you've seen this one a couple times already, but I also did the data portraits in Paris from Shaded Stitchery. So I did mine on a 14 count Rustico, and I did a sulky conversion, and I did 2 strands of sulky over the 14 count because I wanted really good coverage. I wanted the different graphics to stand out. And so I stitched this in February. I didn't do it necessarily day by day because I was traveling a lot for work in February, but I did start it and finish it in the month of February. I really appreciated Nuri's, like as Amy talked about, putting out the different graphics day by day and telling us what the inspiration was from the original work. This one is framed and on my desk at work, and people comment on it the most of all the things that are at work, right? Like it stands out, and then I'm able to tell them what it is, which sometimes starts a conversation, which is helpful for people to have.
That's cool.
So that was a start and a finish in 2023. And then another start and a finish in 2023. I have it on good authority that I was the very first person to buy this pattern. And so this is the first Let's Make a Statement from Dee's 20 Stitches. So trans rights are worth more than boy wizards. This is on a Kaylee 10 stitch. This may be My Chemical Romance, or I have another one. I've got 2 similar ones that I'm using for these, 18 count. I did not have the Brennan needle at the time, so I used a couple hand dyed by Rolanda variegated flosses that match the color really well. I've got the A12 on there, and then I am part of Helen Pom Pom Squad, so I have finished into a banner with pom poms, which I had originally used 2-sided tape on, but in preparation for today, I put some hot glue on because the 2-sided tape was no longer doing its job. So that is a finish. As you can tell, there are other things attached to that, which you will see when we get to those points. My next finish, I do not have with me because I did the model stitch for Beverly Glen Sampler for Dee. And so this is the cover of the chart. I did that stitching and sent it all back to Dee. And so that is beautiful. I have clearly the chart. I have the flosses to do my own. I just haven't sat down and done it yet, but it was really fun to stitch, and yeah, I was happy to do that for Dee. I did give the house a basement that we then had to renovate out of it. Paid attention. I went to put in the words and there was no space for the words, and I was like, what's going on here? Oh, I did 2 extra layers of work. It's all good. It's all good. You can't tell. It's beautiful. Okay, so then my next start of the year was my piece for the Ink Circles round robin, which I guess I framed it this way. And so I picked Wings and Things from Ink Circles, and I was part of team 14 count. So this is a 14 count from Stony Creek. I lost the tag for it. I don't know what it's called. I haven't been able to find it, but it's an orange with like grungy fabric. I thought it was very appropriate for this. The purple is a hand dye by Rolanda Floss. Everybody did the bones in sort of their own color pick. And then the cobweb is 1 strand of HWall and 1 strand of glow in the dark, and so it glows in the dark. And so I will put this upstairs. I have a bit of a Halloween collection in my living room, and so I'm just going to keep growing that because why not appreciate it every day. I might paint the frame black. This came from the dollar store. It was the perfect size frame. I highly recommend the dollar store frames. They are economical and come in sizes that you don't necessarily find at the Michaels or whatever, right? So anyways, I'm the only person from my team who signed up for another Ink Circles round robin this year, but we are going to do a Carolyn Manning round robin, and conveniently I'm going to use the same fabric for my Carolyn Manning round robin, which I think will be fun. My next one, also a start and finish in 2023, Song of Nowruz from Miriam at Maroon Crafts. This is on a 40 count or 36 count ornament cut from Fortnite Fabrics. It is stitched in a purple Silks for You. I did this, I started it and finished it while I was laid up with COVID in March. So, you know, it has COVID memories for me. But it was a lot of fun to stitch. It was nice to work on something that was just one color. Didn't have to use my brain a lot, which was nice, and I love it. And I clearly have not done anything with it since I finished it. So maybe I will do something at some point. Next up is another start and finish, which is Let's Make a Statement number 2. Let's not spoil everything. But here it is, again on the Kaylee 10 stitch fabric, again with those hand dyed by Rolandas and then the DMCs. Trans folks always have been and will be. This little bird is really cute. Yeah, not much more to say that the banner doesn't say itself. These are quick stitches and they are a lot of fun to do up and are important for us to stitch and to promote that we are stitching. Then I have a measly start that I started one day of stitching, but have big plans to complete, and I did not get the picture out, but I'm sure you have all seen it and can easily find it. It is the heart sampler from Bad Vibes Only. I'm stitching it on this piece of red fabric, which is a hand dyed by Jody fabric. I don't think she really has a company name, Jody of Steel City Stitchers. It's 32 count. And then I've got a whole bunch of reds and pinks and whites with speckles from Bryn and Needle, and that I'm going to mix and match them to do the motifs as I work my way through the sampler, which I have a whopping start on in that corner. Yeah, I just have to pull it out and work on it. This fabric is beautiful though. We just have to admire that. I think it was in a Halloween box. I don't really remember.
Seems like it would be.
Yeah. But I really want to get to the anatomical heart in that, so I really need to get moving so I can move along. And then again, you've seen this a couple times already, but I put it on my banner as well. So here it is. This is Bloom from Jessie at Mislaid Pages. So I use the same colors that I have for my Let's Make a Statement piece, hand dye by Rolanda, and then the DMCs and stuff that go with it. And I think it's beautiful. And it got pom-poms as well because. And so that was also on 18 count fabric from Kaylee 10 Stitch, which I should have pulled out to see what the fabric names that I have are. I don't remember which ones I did on which. I know that I've used a mix of them. But I have 2 big pieces to make sure that I have lots of fabric to do more banners with as they come out. Onto a new page here. My next finish I do not have. It was my swap piece for Stitch North. Away. I did Dee and Kari's New Year's Comet, which was a freebie for those of you who are on their newsletter. I made a customization in that there's only supposed to be 1 space and I left 2 between things, but it works out and it's ways. And then I made it into a patch. I attached it to this little bag, which I think is cute. And I filled it with goodies and I gave it away, and I got my swap partner at Stitch North. We got each other's things, which is not how that's supposed to work, but randomly it happened, which is a lot of fun. So I really enjoyed stitching that, and I need to make it again for myself because it's really cute and it's quick. And then, as promised, I have a finish of Happy Eid from Miriam Marumi Designs. This is on 14 count, like just that printed DMC fabric you get from Michaels. And it is stitched with sulky peacock. I believe I did 2 strands. Maybe I only did 1 strand. I think it's actually only 1 strand. But it was a lot of fun to stitch. I finished this at Stitch North, which was also a lot of fun. Not as spectacular a finish at Stitch North as Amy's, but you know, still a solid finish. I put this in my entryway, but I have not framed it or done anything with it in order to be able to do that. It's just been sitting in my finish pile. Maybe I too need a finish with go board.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually.
Right? And I think I'll show you one more that I just have a picture of, and then we'll move along. This is one that I started at Stitch North. It is My Necessity from Shaded Stitchery. So I had pre-ordered the floss because it was a collaboration with Evertote and Roxy Floss Co. So I pre-ordered the Roxy Floss kit and picked it up. And then the fabric I got is a Brennan needle fabric, which I have misplaced the tag for, so I don't know what it's called. It's a 28 count. And I stitched it 1/1. I copied some folks and I changed the floss into a rainbow. This is Bradley's Balloons from Threadworks. And this was a delightful stitch, as is everything that Nuri does. And it also is framed and in my office at work. And I like looking at it, you know, in the background of all my Zoom meetings.
That's a good one. I love that rainbow.
Pardon?
I love the rainbow floss for the.
Yeah, I forget whose idea that was first. I don't know if it was Nettie or Michelle who first did it, but jumped on board, and it's brilliant.
Good idea.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, back to Amy.
All right. My next finish was another CZ cutie. This one is Chupacabra. Again, I did it in a Cosmo variegated, and I think the solid plain floss or purple floss is from Roxy Floss Co. And it's on a Be Stitch Me fabric. I love this little guy. Did him as a staff in October, start and finish in a couple of days. So he's a cutie. think I'm gonna finish these as ornaments, maybe. And then next in November, I jumped on the Got the Morbs train, and I love this pattern so much. I did this on an unnamed linen from Mislaid Pages, which is fabulous. And the floss I used is called Quarter Quell from Forbidden Fiber. It was one of her Hunger Games series. And on this chart, I broke a cardinal cross stitch rule. Did not make sure that I had enough floss to complete the whole pattern before I started stitching it. Don't do that, especially if it's hand dyed and you've had it for years, because I had stitched most of this, probably like 95% was done, including all of the text. And I had to order a new skein of the floss to finish it out. And it's a different dye lot, and it was different. It was a little bit darker, for sure. Like you could definitely tell, because I started to stitch the rest of the pattern in here with it, and you could definitely tell that it was different. So what I ended up doing was I very carefully frogged out the word morbs, trying to preserve the floss so that I could stitch with it again. And I used that floss to complete this section so that it would all look the same. And then I went back and I did the word morbs in the new floss. And I think that it looks okay. You can kind of tell there that that word is a little bit darker than the rest of it, but it doesn't stand out as much as it would have had I used it down here. So I was pleased with that. But this one,
solution.
I love this, and I definitely am hanging this one in my office at work, begging people to ask me about it, because I think it's fabulous. I love these old sayings, and they should all be brought back for sure.
When I remember when you posted that on Instagram, that's what you were doing for your finish, and I was like, that is such a great idea, and I probably wouldn't have thought of that. I would have
it was definitely I had to walk away from it for a while before I came back and thought, okay, I can do this. I can frog that out. And it's not as fun stitching with thread that has been frogged, because it shreds a little bit easier. But I salvaged just enough of it to finish the last few lines that I had of the pattern down below. So it worked.
It looks fantastic now. You would never know that it was like a huge.
I'm quite pleased with it. My next finish was again from Nuri at Shaded Stitchery. This was Black Butterfly Sampler, although mine is Purple Butterfly Sampler. Purple is one of my favorite colors, so I decided to make it all purple. Started it in February, and I finished it in November for Black Sampler November, even though it's purple. I used a few different flosses from Dying for Cross Stitch. I used a Forbidden Fiber Co. floss, and then I used a little bit of Petite Treasure braid. The crown is Petite Treasure braid. I did my initials A and G in the sparkly floss, and then all of the kind of the veins and the butterfly wings are done in that sparkly floss as well. And this is on Haunted from Be Stitch Me 18 count. I love this piece. It's
It's nice.
Really
it's
pretty.
Nice.
Very, very pretty piece. And then I stitched this one from Hip Stitches. We all know what's going on, and it shouldn't be going on. They had this on their Instagram designed, and you could donate to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. And so I did that because I needed to stitch some feelings, and this was a perfect way to do it. They put an explanation for everything, and I loved it. The black band, of course, it's the Palestinian flag. The black band is modeled after Tatriz, the traditional Palestinian embroidery. The white is kind of a fishnet pattern, which is commonly found on the Palestinian keffiyeh, the scarf, and it also echoes the importance of fishing in Palestinian society. And then you've got the olive trees down here, the olive branches for the green part, and then the watermelon, which is a common symbol of resistance for Palestinian people. And I loved this piece. I did it all in sulky, very meaningful piece, and I'm glad to have been able to stitch it and kind of stitch a little bit of my feelings out. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And then the next one was another one that a bunch of people jumped on, and I'm so glad and humbled to have been able to do it, was the Threads of Diaspora project. Again, where they started in Edmonton, Canada, and they are putting together huge quilts of people who are stitching these patterns of traditional Tatrice designs. And the ones that they wanted us to stitch were on 11 count Aida using, I used a pearl cotton number 5 floss, and I actually have already sent that one back to Canada, but I wanted to stitch another version of it on 18 count for myself, just as a kind of a reminder of what an honor it was to be a part of this project, and what a kind of remind me too of my privilege here, you know, living in relative safety and freedom, and just not ever to take that for granted ever. So I have this as a nice reminder, and I did it in exactly the same colors of floss that I used on the bigger piece that I stitched. So yeah, I'm glad to have this as a reminder. I know they are out of patterns for phase 4 of this, but they are coming up with more patterns for the phase 5 of Threads of Diaspora. So if you didn't get a chance to get in on this, they are going to be calling for more stitchers, and I'm definitely going to do at least one more for that phase, because it was a really meaningful stitch as well. So yeah. So that's my next 5.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back.
I'm back. Okay, so my next one is the kit that Kaylee at the sewing shop released. So they did a bunch of them this year. They're all based on artwork by Brooklyn Stormy, and I chose the Burbs. So that's the 4 Burbs. And if you order the kit, you get the fabric and the floss. So the floss is just DMC, and Kaylee gets it all kitted up for you, and then she hand dyed all the fabric. So I did the background removed because I'm not gonna stitch all that. And so this was mine, and it's on this blue fabric. I think I went for the 18 count, and I have a tiny little start right there in the middle of some branches. Yeah, this one's gonna be around for a while, so it's fairly big.
Much longer be around if you'd done it with the background, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Saved yourself
True.
much time.
Very true.
Yeah, and we also got, if you ordered it within a certain amount of time, you got a bag to go with it, and I got this bunny. It's mine.
That's cute.
From Kaylee. All right, next is this tiny little one. I don't have the picture, but you can imagine. It's gonna be a golden doodle. I'm stitching it for my friend. It's based on her dog. So the dog in the design is more of a yellowy golden doodle, and her dog is more of a reddy golden doodle. So I'm changing the colors kind of as I go, which is why it's taking me a really long time, because I have to make decisions while I stitch rather than just stitching. So I'm gonna keep working on this one. I want to finish it soon-ish so I can give it to her, but who knows? I don't even think she remembered that I said I was going to do it, so it's not that big of a deal. I have another tiny little start. This is Autumn Acorns. This is by Bendy Stitchy. It's in the Just Cross Stitch magazine, the Halloween one or the October one that just came out. It's really small. This is gonna take me like a couple of days once I actually start working on it. I started it in the fall because I wanted to like stitch on something small and fallish. And then yeah, barely even touched it again after that. This is just a rustico. I think it's a 16 count. And I am kind of playing with the colors. It was charted, I think, in just DMC and I think Cosmo. And I just picked random over dyed colors that I liked. Because do whatever I want. All right, so this is my Got the Morbs. I'm not as far along as some people. I'm doing mine on, this is the 28 count rosewood that my frosted pumpkin cottage is on, if you recall. And it's over here. And then this is DMC 154, I believe. So it's that nice dark purple, which I think looks really great on this fabric.
It's a good combination.
Yeah. So this is one that I like. People have finished this one pretty quickly, so I know it won't take me a very long time once I actually again focus on it for a while. So we'll see. So many plans, so little time. This is my BVAS sampler. I'm not nearly as far along, again, as some people. I just have like the border here, and then I started working on this first band. I'm doing mine on, this is a 32 count, like, it's just, I don't even think it has a name, it's just like an orange Murano from Zweigart, and this is a variegated DMC. I think it's called 40, it's like 4522. I think it's called Canadian Night. And then I picked it up at Michael's, and then I pulled other colors that were like similar. So like this, yeah, so far I think I've only stitched with the variegated one, but I'm gonna do the reindeer in like a solid gray or black or something, and then I'm gonna do the bat all in like solid black, I think, because that would look nice. Yeah. Nice. And the next one, I actually have this picture on my phone, so I can show this one. It is the Witchy Stitcher's Grimoire. It's gonna look like that. I really like it. I think it's cool. I'm doing mine on, I think this is a 20 count called Putricide. And it's from Kaylee at the Sewing Shop, and it's amazing. And I'm probably only going to use about half of it for this. Not even, maybe only a quarter for this. So I'll have a lot left over for other things. So far, I've just done a few of the letters. This, I think I'm doing, I think that's why I think it's 20 count, because I know I'm doing just a one strand. That looks pretty good. With the black there.
Count is pretty small too. You can get away with one strand on that one often.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it's all just DMC, I think, that one. And then my next one is a finish. Yay. It is Quirky Quaker Jack-o'-lantern. This is just a black. It's just 310, I think. And then the orange was, I believe it's called Tangy from Roxy Flosco. And he looks great. And then on the back, I started the Quirky Quaker Ghost, little ghosty. And I'm going to use the same black and also the glow in the dark thread, because I have that, and that's the called for. So yeah, there's my tiny little start on him. And next one is my Namarie tapestry. I don't even think we showed this whole picture yet. Maybe Megan will show it to you. You've seen
I
Amy.
don't have any pictures lined up. People can use it.
Never mind.
It's everywhere.
You guys,
It
you
is,
guys
yeah.
have watched our previous video. We talked about this a lot. Everyone knows what this looks like. This is where I'm at. I have a little bit of my tree done and my little snake up here. And I started my little snake down here. I'm doing mine on, this is 20 count. This is also from Evertop. I don't think it has a name.
They have so many one of a kinds. It's probably
this is 38.29 maybe, or 21, one of those like goldy ones. And this is, I believe, 166 DMC. So you get your green and your gold. And I'm gonna work on this again tomorrow, probably, and then I might put it away for a while. We'll see how that goes.
So you're not gonna make it to Mordor on March 25th with us?
Really don't think so. You guys,
Well, I'll be with you, like stuck in the mire, stuck in the swamp somewhere. I'll be there.
Yeah. Gollum straight.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stay wherever they are on like day 5. This was my birthday start. So this is Thursday Goes Goth. This is by Kansas City girl in a Colorado World, Julie, aka Hemlock and Rye Stitchery. She has so many names. And this is where I'm at with that one. I did the border on the top. I have no margin, and there's a funny story about that. And this is a little bit of I finished this motif, and then there's a little bit of this next one because I had that green I was playing with. I started this on what I believed to be 18 count old-fashioned roses from Brin & Needle, but as I started stitching on it, I was like, this is not feeling to me like an 18 count. So I measured it, and it's a 14 count. So I decided to, because I was in the middle of the border, I started in the middle of the top, and so I was like, let me just stitch this border, and if it doesn't fit, then I'll have to figure something else out. But she fits, but just barely fits. So I was like, you know what, it's fine. I love the color. I love the color with all the flosses, because like she's got all those bright colors, and I think it's just gonna look so cool. So I was like, I'm going for it. And I was already doing it over with 2 strands anyway, so I think it's fine. And that's all that matters. And then my next one is a bendy stitchy mashup. So I'm doing part of this pattern that she did for the Earth Day box. So she did this quote from Ernest Hemingway with this border and these birds. So I'm doing the second half of the quote, which is like kind of a nod to the movie Seven, where Morgan Freeman says, Ernest Hemingway once said, the earth is a fine place and worth fighting for. I agree with the second part. So I'm just stitching the earth is worth fighting for. This is not really a fine place, not for everyone. And I did the peacock from her freebie for Stitch North in the middle there, because I just love that peacock and I thought it was so cool and I wanted to stitch it. And I did that in peacock from Cottage Garden Threads, and I did the green in a variegated Cosmo, and this is Honeydew from Forbidden Fiber Company, and I'm just sort of doing whatever. And I had stitched this in the same green, but then it looked like it said the earth this. So I was like, I need to make that clearly another word. So I took it out and did it again. And then I think I'm going to do some of the birds from this chart, and I'm going to do the border. I'm going to do it sideways to make kind of like a square. So I'm going to do fighting for, and then I'll do the border coming down like that. And then I'll fill in this space with birds or trees or whatever I decide to do. And this is an orange hand-dyed by the woman who runs Millions of Stitches. She does her own dyeing, and she had a bunch of these little cuts of 14 count Aida at her pop-up shop that she hosted a few weeks ago. And I think that's 10. Plus
And
2 finish, plus 1 finish.
excellent. Okay. So I have another start and finish in 2023 that you have seen elsewhere. It's We Still Go On from Dee and Kari from Spring Fling 2023. This is the presumed to be hot chocolate. Definitely know that we will have a funky puzzle where the cut is when we come back together. But so this is on, I forget if it's 18 or 20 count, but Brennan Needle fabric with Spoiled Rotten from Brennan Needle, which is the called for floss for this one. I also started this on the day of Spring Fling, which was the last day of Stitch North, which was also Tattoo and Croffle Day. Lots of good memory. This one, and then I finished it some point after that. But it's beautiful and I need to do something with it. And I have not started the next one yet because I can't decide if I want to put it on this darker fabric or if I want to use the fabric that came in the box for the other one. And until I stop being indecisive, it will just sit and wait. I pull it out every once in a while and I go, oh, I just can't decide. So that was that. And then my next, again, a start and finish in 2023 is Spring's Promise, which I also started. I guess technically I started this one before the other one because I started this while we were still at Stitch North and I started the other one at the Croffle place. But this is Spring's Promise from Jessie at Mislaid Pages. You saw Amy's finish. This is my finish. I could have located this on the fabric a little bit better to have more fabric, but I still have half of the piece. As Amy said, this was amazing to stitch. That border was everything. The irises, like for a first pattern, Jessie knocked it out of the park. I have not started either of the other Bird Box 2023 patterns, so I need to get on that so that I can have, you know, at least some progress before the next Bird Box comes. It's in the Dinky Dyes. I initially did not get the box that came with the Dinky Dyes. I thought I would save money, but instead I ended up spending more because I had to pay for shipping twice. So I've told Jessie if I ever try and do anything like that again, they are to just change my order on the side, send me a new
Right.
fix my mistake.
They know better. Yeah.
I got the fully fledged box for 2024.
Yeah, I got the fully one.
And then the next one is one that I do not have because it was for the lovely Lunar Swap hosted by Link. Is my homeboy Heather. I did one of the night signs charts from Tiny Modernist. I did a bit of a color conversion because it had a lot of purple in it, and the person I was swapped with stitching forward indicated that they did not like purple very much, so I changed out the purples for some pinks. I used a variegated like off-white gray for the moons rather than just pure white. I thought it looks moonier than just white does. It was lovely to stitch. This is 36 count, one of a kind black Aida from Roxy Floss Co. I have quite a bit more of that fabric, which you will see momentarily. Once I am done stitching things on it, I will never buy a linen Aida again, or not Aida, black linen again. No, thank you. If I want black, Aida does the trick. That was that one. Next up, again, you've seen this, kind of, is my Trans Pride tapestry from Dee and Kari. So I started this in June this year, and I worked on it quite a bit. I got all of the outlines of all of the flowers done. There's a tiny bit of unicorn stuff at the bottom to help me count between the different flowers as I worked my way around. So I will do the unicorn outline next, and then it will all be fill-in, which will be fantastic travel stitching and things like this. This is on a 32 count, I think it's 32, maybe it's 36, but the Sugar Light from Jessie at Mislaid Pages. It is fantastic fabric. I love it a lot. And yeah, It's been a lot of fun to stitch. Even though there's a lot of counting in getting these flowers done, they're all like every single one is different, right? So they're all a lot of fun to do. So
You're almost done all your outlines too.
well, I got to do all the outlines for the unicorn, which is still stitches. I forget what it is. The pattern like recommends, I think, 3 skeins. The teal floss, like it's a lot of outline.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. And then I did, there was a day to show support for Night Spirit Studio, because the designer is battling cancer. I didn't want to commit to another large project, so I got the Witchcraft woodcut and I just stitched this little demon from it. And I did it 1/1. This is either a 40 count or 36 count ornament cut from Fortnite Fabrics. I put the little demon on it, and I thought I could just do a tiny little spot sampler of little things that I like that I don't really want to do the whole thing for or don't need their own thing. So right now that little demon is by itself, and I'm sure at some point it will gain fun. Yeah, that the floss color on that is from a hand dye by Rolanda, Floss of the Month, so it's unnamed. Rusty.
Cute little demon.
Yeah, right. The sweetest, tiniest little demon.
Right.
And then I started for my birthday, Summer Quaker by Leela Studio. See, Megan's further along than I am. I only worked on this 1 or 2 days, so I didn't give my birthday start a very thorough starting. This is on the fabric's called Shades of Gray. I think 27.5 shades of gray by Kaylee 10 Stitch. It is an 18 count Ada. I hadn't decided what fabric I wanted, and I decided I wanted something that looked kind of like a stormy sky, and I was going to talk to her about dyeing a fabric, and then this came in my fabric of the month club, and I was like, perfect. It was the right size, the right color, beautiful.
Yeah, that worked out so well.
Now I just need to buckle down and stitch on it, especially since I want to do the autumn Quaker.
Oh, I want to do that one too.
And then this one was this was our freebie at Stitch North, called Here We May Be Free from Darlene Whipsy Design. And then Brenda Needle gave us the fabric and the floss, neither of which I noted the colors for. And so I did this. I took it to work, and so I was plugging away at it every now and again at work. So it took me a while to actually do, but I really enjoyed stitching on it. I know that Deanna has reworked it, and it was in a box of some sort, and so I think
just the mermaid box from Under the Sea Fabrics.
Yeah,
I got that one.
Okay, yeah. So I think the bigger
box
to the public eventually. She usually done like a year later. But so Brenda Needle had asked for something in one color, and then she's recharted it to have like there's more things going on, and 2 colors for the mermaid box. So that was fun, and eventually I think that one will go in my journal if I ever get around to putting things in my journal again. Then the next one I do not have is also a Darlene and Whimsy design, inspired by yacht tipping orcas. Deanna did this as a fundraiser pattern, Quaker Revenge Orca, and I stitched the model for her. And I stitched it on a 18 count Kaylee 10 Stitch Sky Touches the Sea fabric, and then the called for DMC colors. And I don't have it because I then popped it in a box and sent it to Deanna, and I know that it sits on her desk at work. So and have I stitched it again for myself? Absolutely not, but it will be one of the ones I do for my Quirky Quaker WIP go next year, I'm sure. And then my next one is Let's Make a Statement number 3 from D's 20 Stitches, which is queer liberation will not come from rainbow capitalism. If you recall, in June, there was a lot of questionable things going on, Target mainly at the lead of it, in terms of basically giving in to threats from people that they wouldn't shop at the store anymore because they were selling shirts that, you know, promoted the support of trans folks, which is not cool, right? Why do you say you're going to do that and then back down as soon as somebody pushes against you? This one does have the called for Brenda Needle, Let's Get Tipsy, because I picked it up some at Stitch North. And then the rest is the DMCs. And I think I still use the like hand dye by Rolanda for the rainbow and things like that I have. So my little kit for these, but I added Let's Be Tipsy. So this usually sits up there. So I will put it back up later. That was another start and finish in 2023. And then I started Caterpillar Lad, which is one of the Sewing Shop Brooklyn Stormy collaboration pieces, I guess. I also opted for the no background version, and so I got a piece of fabric dyed by Kaylee, and it is either 18 or 20 count. I'm using 2 threads, it must be 18. But this beautiful green, I have not gotten very far on this, despite, you know, being gung-ho to begin with. So I will need to spend time with this one as well, but I really like it. Like that caterpillar and that lad. How can you resist?
So good. That fabric is really good too.
Oh yeah, Kaylee,
beautiful.
Can do no wrong in my opinion.
Yeah, that's great.
That, and then one more, and then we'll move along. I have the Anti-Social Cryptid Club, which I started for the Witchy Stitcher Day in August, and I've picked it up once or twice since then. This is on another Kaylee fabric. This is Throwback 90s, 18 count Ada, and I can never get it to show up adequately. It is bright neon green. It's beautiful. And so if you're not familiar with this, it's a line of cryptids, and then it says Anti-Social Cryptid Club underneath it. The Witchy Stitcher did it for a box, and I don't think she ever plans to release it, but she did give it to her patrons at some point in the last year. So yeah, just DMC 310 on that bright green fabric. It's going to look fantastic when it's done. Okay. Just for the record, I'm in August now, so we're nearing the end. If anybody was wondering. Back to me.
All right. Well, I just have a few more finishes, and clearly what I've learned from this is I need to stitch more. I do.
We started a lot of things. I think you've stitched more than both of us.
I don't know. I need to stitch more. And these have helped. These are a couple of Mill Hill ornaments. These have helped because these are my work projects. No, I don't do them while I'm working. I do. But I always have like a Mill Hill kit at work to work on when I'm on a webinar or on a Zoom call where I just have to be, you know, passively paying attention, but I don't have to speak or present or anything. And these are great because they, you know, they're on perforated paper, so they don't take any frames. It's a complete kit all together in one. Yeah, so I did this one first. I don't know when I finished these, but sometime during 2023. This one is glowing pumpkin, so it's just all orange and black with some sparkly beads. And then this one is called Persian pumpkin. I love the colors in this one. They're amazing. I have another kit at work right now that I have not started yet, but I will the next time I have a webinar or online conference to go to that I need some, you know, they help me focus. That's what it is. So yeah, if I could stitch at work even more, I would get a lot more stitching done, but unfortunately work is work. And then the last finish that I had, I finished this. I started and finished it in just a couple of weeks ago. This is called Merry Friends. It's by Plum Street Samplers. I had plans to do a whole bunch of different Santa Claus ornaments or the cross stitches. I have a Santa Claus collection of ornaments from starting from when I was little. I used to collect Santa Clauses. And so I thought I will add to that collection by doing some cross stitches. And so this is one of the ones that I picked up. It's the only one that I actually got finished this year, but I have a whole collection of them to do in years to come. Maybe Christmas in July, perhaps. But I did a Dinky Dyes conversion on it. I am a member of the Dinky Dyes Silk of the Month Club from Jessie at Miss Lay Pages, and I had not actually broken into any of them. I have a whole drawer full of them and hadn't used any of them. So I thought, I need to start using those. So I actually, all of the colors I pulled for this were Dinky Dyes, and I love how it turned out. On the cover of this, it's finished in a little tart tin, and I actually have some of those tart tins. So I think this is going to go on my FFO WIP Go board, and when it gets called, I will finish it in a little tart tin as an ornament. So yeah, so that's my final finish of 2023.
Love it.
Okay.
Megan.
All right. So I have six more whips. And then I'm just gonna zip through the rest of my finishes. So I have like a little pile here. I think I have like 12, so it'll be a little bit more than 10, but I think I'll just finish. Okay, so my next 3 starts were all the weekend of the Jingle Ball. So first I started this. This is the anchor. This is part of the season greetings ink circles class that we took. You'll see Megan's finish in a little while here. It's almost done. It just needs a little bit more seaweed, and then there's like some little flowery bits, and then I can turn that into a pillow using the skills that I learned in my class. And then my next start was for the Jeanette Douglas specialty stitches. So this is like this little, just like a little hanging ornament. And I had already done all of the regular stitches on this before the class so that I could learn the specialty stitches like in real time with her. So I did the herringbone stitch across the top, and we did, I think this one is the Rhodes stitch and this one is the Queen stitch. And then there's some Smyrna crosses here and some Algerian eyelets. Yeah, so this is on, this is a 32 count. It's called Oogie's Dice, and it was also in my Fangirl Fibers Nightmare Before Christmas box, and I'm using the silks from my Fangirl Fibers Muppets Christmas Carol box. And this one was on, this is also a 32 count, vintage Atlantic. And it's just like a printed fabric, so like the back is just like blue. And then I'm just using whatever colors I wanted to use. Some are DMC, and then there's like a Brennan needle variegated in there. And then this one, I actually do have a picture of this one. This one is from Tiny Modernist, and it was for the bookmark class. And so she gave us 2 bookmarks. Come on. Nope. Nope. There we go. Anyway. There we go. So 1 summer and 1 winter bookmark. So I started the winter bookmark on the day of the class, and I stitched on it for like 6 straight hours. And I didn't finish it, but I came pretty close. So this will be quick to finish when I finally do that. But I did get to make my tassel in the class. So I will have
Cute.
when I
That's
finally
cute.
yeah, when I finally get to finishing this, I know how to finish it now. I know what to do, and I have my tassel, so
You're set.
I'm all set.
Mhm. Is that a little hedgehog?
Yes, that's why I wanted to do that one.
It's so cute. I
That's
love that.
yeah. Basically, I just need to like fill in the rest of the snowman, and then there's like there's some like flowers and stuff, and then there's like more like smoke and snow up at the
Mm.
top. It's,
Left. You did
yeah.
the heavy part.
I did that whole house like seriously in like 4 hours, like while I was like chatting with people on
That's
Zoom.
impressive.
Yeah. All right, and then my next one is my Marumi Sal. So Miriam's Yalda to Nowruz Sal. So this is my start. This is my little border. I'm not as far as some people who think they don't stitch as much as the rest of us. Uh, I probably have only worked on this for like 2 hours, if I'm being honest. So yeah. This floss is variegated Brandon needle. I think this is the one that's called Mermaid's Purse or the Cove. I don't know. They all
Those
have
Brandon needle flosses, so it could be either of them.
I have
Mhm.
3 of them that are very similar, like purple to gray kind of things. And so I'm just sort of like pulling, and I'm gonna treat them all as one floss for the border.
Mm.
And I'm gonna do different colors for the different bands. Kind of go how I feel. But yeah. And then this is perfectly pastel from Kaylee at the sewing shop. I think this is an 18 count. And my next start is the Happy Holidays Quirky Quaker from Deanna. So she sent this to her Patreons as a card, as a Christmas card, and there's a little pattern inside. And I'm doing mine on this very sparkly. I think this is a 14 count. You can see how sparkly it is. It's actually showing up. This is a 14 count. This is white with silver sparkles, and I'm using the floss that she sent us, which was a Cottage Garden duo pack. So there's a red and a green. So this is the red, obviously, and I'm going to use the green. There's like holly berries. I can't show you the picture because there's no picture. It's just the chart. And then the top, this is a snowflake, and I'm using, I believe it's called Snowmageddon from Brennan Needle. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
That also sounds like a very plausible Brandon needle name.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it is something that happens in Newfoundland a lot.
And my last start is my Tetris square. I really have to finish this because they wanted us to get them turned around in about 2 weeks. I should not have got mine sent to me before Christmas, but whatever. I think between today and I'm off tomorrow as well, I can finish this before tomorrow, I think, and then I can send it back on Monday. I have some other things I need to mail anyway, so yeah. Even though this just needs an envelope and a stamp. But yeah, so I'm doing this on the 11 count white, which we were instructed to use. And I had one pearl cotton color, which is this blue. And then this green is a random anchor floss that I don't know what I would ever use for, but so I'm doing 3 strands of that. And then this kind of maroon color is a silk that Michelle gave me, which was, well, it was the one that I used to stitch on her retreat sampler. So then that was the one that I kept. And so the 3 strands together is too much. So I'm pulling it apart and then I'm doubling each strand. So it's 2 strands of that, which is pretty much the same coverage as the other 2. So it's a bit of a mishmash, but I like how it's coming together, and I like the colors.
Nice.
All right, and now I have my little mini finish parade. So this is the crafting bat from the Witchy Stitcher. This was part of our, I think it was the March minis. She sent us like 5 different patterns that month. So this, this is the 14 count Rustico that I put like all of my Halloween Quakers on. It's like a purple Rustico, and he's just 310 DMC. And then this sort of rainbow color is a rainbow silk that someone gave me on the last day of Stitch North. So I used that for the thread color, kind of like the My Necessity thread, but since I'm not stitching this is my version of that. And then I just framed it and I put some felt on the back in this little hoop and I gave him a little bow and he sits right on top of my pile of craft stuff and he is my crafting bat. And then I finished this bookmark pattern from Lucy Heaton. It was in the World of Cross Stitching magazine, and I finished it as a bookmark. And I did my own tassel with macrame cord because there's like macrame hangers in the plants, and I thought that was appropriate. And I just like basically glued it on some cardboard and glued some fabric on the back because I'm not fancy. But now I know how to make a bookmark where you actually like so I might do that next time. I finished this clover right before Stitch North. This is from Woohoo Stitches, and it's just on a black 14 count. And I pretty much just picked my own colors. I don't even think they're all DMC. Some of them are just like random whatever flosses that I got off Amazon when I first started stitching. And I got this chart from the freebie table at Stitch North in 2022. So I finished it so that I could bring the chart back and put it back on the freebie table for Stitch North 2023. And I went up, I left it, and I grabbed like some things, and then I went back a little while later, and it was already gone. So someone out there is hopefully stitching it and hopefully enjoying it. And I started and finished this little fox this is a kit from Diana Waters. So it's on this wood disc and you just like stitch on it with like 6 strands of floss and then you glue some felt on the back and it's done.
That's so cute.
Isn't it so cute?
I really love that.
Yeah. Yeah. I started stitching this because I had this kit for a really long time and I was looking in a magazine and there was like a different fox pattern. I was like, oh my god, that's so cute. I should make that. And then I was like, I literally have a very similar looking fox that I could like probably finish really quickly. So I finished that one. I also stitched the Revenge Orca from Darlene Whimsy. Mine is on that printed Michael's blue fabric that you've seen a few times already today. My blue is, I think, the same blue that I'm using for the snowflakes here. If I had to guess, I think they're the same. They're both print and needle, I know that much. And then it's just like white, just white DMC and black DMC. And I finished that one. I have to do something with that. I did the Quirky Quaker Yeti. This was my first finish of the year, actually. I changed some of the colors because on the Yeti conversion, I think the footprints are blue. I don't remember, but I changed it to be like the one that Michelle made, and with the green trees. And then I made my footprints sparkly. It's not Krynic, but it's something like that. It's like a spool, but I don't think it's Krynic. I think it's something else. But yeah, they're sparkly footprints in the snow. And the Quirky Quaker Unicorn, which we discovered I finished sometime in February. I wasn't sure if I finished it this year or last year, but it was this year. And these are both on that bridesmaid 16 count bridesmaid that I should probably get more of that because apparently I stitch everything on it. And this purple is a Roxy Floss purple and the pink is hand dyed by Rolanda. And it was just like, it matched the cover photo of the pack really well. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. And I also started and finished This is Mushroom Food. This is from the Earth Day box. This is by Noctiflora Designs. This was a very quick start and finish. I did this in like, I think a week or something crazy like that. I used all the called for DMC, and the blue was supposed to be a Threadworks. This is a Brennan Needle floss that was basically the exact same color. It's sort of like a grayish, like dark blue. And then this green fabric is a 28 count fabric flare. It's like a printed fabric, so it's white on the back. And I believe it's called Olive. I when I bought it, it didn't have a name on it. It was just at that embroidery show, so I don't know. But I looked it up, and I believe it's the closest one I could see. But it was like basically the exact same color as the fabric that was used for the model, and I was like, I basically have that. I should just use that. Two more finishes. They were both gifts. So this is the Quirky Quaker. Seriously. There we go. Quirky Quaker Pride flag from Deanna. If you watched Dee's most recent video, you'll know what that was for. I really loved watching them unbox everything, because some of them we didn't get to see when people were out. And then my last finish was also a gift, and it was this Toronto Blue Jays logo that I stitched for my friend's fiance, because she had hung up something that I made for her, and he was like, I want one too. I want the Blue Jays logo. And she was like, I'm never going to stitch that. And I was like, I mean, I could stitch it. I could probably stitch it today. So I went home and I had to try to find, it was not a cross stitch pattern, but it was like a pixel art pattern that I was like, well, I can, like, I'll have to fudge a few things to make it look like right. But I was like, that's pretty close. I'll stitch that. And then I just picked the right colors, and away we go. So I finished that in a little hoop frame as well, and I gave it to him for, not for any occasion, just, here you go. Yeah, that was, I think that was everything I stitched this year.
Impressive.
There's nothing left.
Very impressive, yeah.
So it's the Megan show from here on out.
We love the Megan show.
Right?
I will just say I have fewer than 20 things left to show you. But
I think that was like 16. So we're pretty much on par here.
So my next two starts and finishes in 2023 were these little tiny I will not commit insurance fraud for you pieces, which I did for some of my work besties. Not go into the details here because I'm not going to talk about it on the internet, but these sit in their offices and they loved them and they cackled with glee when I gave them to them, which was really the point, right? So I just used a font from Lord Libeden, mapped it out, got these little frames from Michaels, and we were off to the races. I too did a Quirky Quaker Pride flag for the box for D. I decided to go full out sparkly on mine. So I used a 12 for the flag. I used the Krynic Bradley's balloon from Threadworks for the outside. And then I believe it's a Krynic, but a lighter rainbow for the inside. And I just made it sparkle, which Dee seems to have enjoyed quite a bit. So I'm glad that I did that. So that was that. And then I have the smallest of start on my Beavis sampler from Arumi Designs. I just worked on this one night. So this is 18 count Pandora's box from Kaylee Tent Stitch. And then I got this tonally similar hand dye by Rolanda, which I'm going to do the bulk of the stitching in. And then I've decided I'm going to do all the little animals in black, just to make them sort of pop a bit more, but stay in sort of the similar, like there's black on the fabric, black floss. yeah, so I need to get cracking on this one and get at least a little bit more done on it sometime soon. And I've got my quirky Quaker bat needle minder because there's a bat on the project. Then I did 2 quick small pieces that were for the Bookish Bestie swap, hosted by Heather Link is my homeboy. And so I didn't look up the pattern maker. So if you're interested, I can let you know, but this is from Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. He is half of my soul, so the poets say. Little bookmark that I finished into an ornament. And then I found this stick pattern and then added I Am a Stick. It is a deep dive reference to a Brandon Sanderson book. And finished it on a little bag, and I made a little book sleeve and popped those off in the mail for my swap partner. They were really fun to stitch. They're both on a 14 count. Picture this plus Ren, maybe? I don't remember what the fabric is. But yeah, those were fun to do. Oh, I should have stayed on the share screen because the next one I also don't have because it is at work. It is my finish of Got the Morbs. So I did this. This is on a Kaylee tent stitch fabric, which I did not write down the name of. And a hand dye by Rwanda Floss of the Month floss. I really like how it turned out. It sits on my shelf at work. I stole the idea from Michelle of Four Sided Stitch, but I got it in my mind that there was also two squares instead of 1 square between all the letters. So I started running out of room and I just squished it. It's fine. Just the more coming out of my body.
Right. It looks good though. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, you don't notice until I point it out, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that sits at work as well. I've got my whole little gallery there that make me giggle to myself when I see them. Next up is from new designer this year who is knocking it out of the frickin' park. Your friend and mine, Allie Misfit Stitches, Light of the Moon Studios. This is her Moon Tarot design. So this is that dreaded 36 count linen. I've got this much left to go through. When it's gone, never shall it return. But I did this all in A12. And I'm going to stitch the sun right beside it and then make it into a little needle book is what I've decided. But I love it a lot. The pattern is beautiful. Allie has been designing lots of other things. I encourage you to go check her out. But yeah, that was a quick little stitch. It was very satisfying to do. And then I have my start on the Namari. I can't say it right. My Elvish is terrible. Namari. And so mine is also a one-of-a-kind Roxy linen in this beautiful brown. And then I have oyster and asparagus for my flosses, also from Roxy. And then this gold, I should have brought it down with me, is Forbidden Fiber Company gold that came in they had a Hobbit. It was Hobbit? I don't know, a little kit. So it's Lord of the Rings gold. I added it in there for the crown and the stars. And so my goal for myself was to, by the end of December, have the first 3 pages complete, which I did. And then I've started in on the next, and I've got some of the letters already. And they are, so I am not a big fan of letter stitches, but it is fun to see I will admit. But that's a lot of fun. So I'm loving this. I think I will be done by March 25th. Artist shawl, no way, no how. That's going to take me 20 years. But the cross stitching, because the next 3 pages, right, like other than snake dragons, it's all
text, yeah,
and the text goes really fast.
Nice.
And it's quite spaced out. And then we get into more dense stitching again at the bottom, but I love it. Beautiful. I'm so happy with it. So happy with it. Good color choices, me. And then I started, but have not kept up in any way, shape, or form, the Arcana Sal that Uncanny Kari is doing on her Patreon. So this is 28 count braided needle fabric. This is the one that I did my necessity on. So I lost the tag. I don't know the name of it. And then black DMC, and the purple on there is the purple that I used for my Got the Morbs from Hand Dyed by Wanda. And I just decided I would do an accent color on every one of the cards. So this, I think I just did one day of stitching on this, maybe like one night and one morning, but if I sat down, I could get caught up pretty quick. I think they're quick little drops, and it's beautiful. I'm stitching it 1/1, so it will be quite small when it's done. It'll be pretty. And then I have my contribution to the Threads of Diaspora project, my Tetris square. So I did mine. So it's 11 count Ada. I couldn't find the right pearl cotton. My Michaels does not have very much selection there. So I decided I did 2 strands of sulky for my stitching on that. So that's really nice. I have a second pattern that I need to bust out this weekend. It'll be sort of my last start and finish of 2023. So it won't be part of the WIP parade, but it will be one more project. But yeah, I really appreciated the opportunity to share and contribute to that as well. I keep going off the stop share screen, but I have more. This is a fun little one that I did for my friend to give to her wife for Christmas. She asked me to do this up as it's a bit of a tribute to their cat and to my friend's dementia-ridden father, who said this thoughtful phrase while they were visiting. I got an awful damn hankering for kittens. So it's just the cat pattern off Etsy. I picked a font, I think again from Lord Lebanon. I mean, he's got all the fonts. And then I used that Bradley balloon Krynic to make the yarn ball. Why not? Super cute. And they, of course, both of them loved it a lot, which I'm not surprised. Quite frankly, kind of feel like I should make myself one of them too.
That is really cute. I like it.
My next one is a fully finish. So I did the class as well with ink circles, and so this is 18 count Sea Touches the Sky from Kaylee Cross Stitch, so the same one that I did the Revenge Orca on. All DMCs, and then I finished my little pillow. I did not follow the instructions because I thought I would work ahead and didn't read. I only looked at the pictures, which, you know, it's still a cute pillow. And it's really cute. And I will make it its little pillow friends at some point for the rest of those projects. And then I have a project that I started on December 1st and finished on December 25th. It is the Modern Folk Embroidery Evertote Roxy Floss Company countdown for 2023. And then I found,
looks amazing.
I need my lace. I don't know, it's a little loose. I gotta check the lacing that I did, but I loved working on this so much. It's so pretty. Yeah. Who would have thought 25 colors come together to make something so pretty?
Yeah, it looks great. I had major FOMO on this one that I didn't get the box.
But you've got it coming, right? You're getting.
I do have it coming. Yes. Yeah,
I sent the pattern and some of the floss to Michelle yesterday, so she will be getting it as well.
It's such a good one.
Yeah. A++, do recommend. I had a immediate start and finish 1-day SAF on the Quirky Quaker mouse. This chart is exclusive to Top Knot Stitcher, who does not ship to the UK. So I told Helen that I would stitch my mouse real quick and pass it along so it could be part of her Quirky Quaker WIP Go plans for 2024. So the mouse has safely landed in the UK. I used 2 Brennan needle colors for the gray and the pink, and then DMC 310 for the black. I do not know those colors off the top of my head. If you want to know, leave a comment or send me a message and we'll figure it out. But I love this, and I think I counted like it's like a 25 count, and I did it 1/1 so that it's teeny tiny, little tiny mousy. I have one more finish that I don't have, which was another quick finish, which I am going to absolutely replicate for myself. I did this for a gift exchange at work. The person who I was gifting to said that they liked pink, Doctor Who, and sparkly things, and I said I could do all 3 of those in one go. And so got this little TARDIS pattern from Etsy, changed it to pink, added some stars, and finished it off in a hoop, and it's so cute. And honestly, the stitching took me less than an hour, so why not just make another one for myself, because it's freaking adorable. The pink Ada is a Kaylee 10 stitch fabric. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. And then some of the flosses are hand dyed by Rwanda, and some of it is A12 to make sure that it's sparkly. And I've left all those things together. I just need to make my own. And then my last start WIP is my from Yalda to Nuruz from Miriam Marumi Crafts. I am not as far along as Amy. I'm doing the borders all in black, and then I have so much hand dyed by Rolanda. I've decided I'm just going to choose what I want to do. So I started with this super variegated one for that, and then I'm going to do the phrase in black as well, just to make sure that it pops really well on the yellow. And then I have to continue on. I need to get hustling on this, because that border, like this, each of these is no joke. There's a lot of stitches. It doesn't look like a lot, but they're time consuming, and you got to count it properly, or else you're not going to get the effect. And they're not all evenly spaced. Like it jumps here, and then it jumps in the middle. So you got to pay attention too. You can't just start going. I took it off the frame that I was working in, and I have been hand stitching the black frame, because using the sewing method for stitching faster. So I think I might bust out more of the frame before I put it back on my Q snap.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. And now that like I have it all the way to the end, I don't really need to count more than down, and then I can just go across. Right? Go across. So it's also not going to be very difficult to do the border. So I am clearly not up to date on those drops. There was a new one this morning, as Amy said. So that is
good too. It's good.
Oh, I know. It's so good. So good. There's not going to be anything bad in it.
Oh, right. Yeah. Absolutely not. Yeah.
Just need to get myself on board with it. Especially since I have a large stitch along to start on January 1st.
Same.
Thanks, Jacob.
Yeah. What the hell, Jacob?
I don't think Michelle's starting it. I think Michelle got
Really?
us what the hell, Jacob Sal. She's not going to do it.
Well, I understand that. I mean, it's huge, but it's so beautiful. Oh.
Yeah. She's a lot going. I have one that I forgot.
Oh,
me too.
Oh, good.
How's your forgotten?
So I forgot about my bookish swap. My person that I was sending to, their favorite author, or one of their favorite authors, was V.E. Schwab, and one of their favorite characters was the main character from the Darker Shade of Magic books. So I started looking at like stuff for that, and I didn't find any actual patterns, but I did find some artwork relating to the books and that book in particular. So I designed a bookmark based on it's the 4 Londons that are in the books, and then there's like a stack of all of her books there, and then the quote, which was on the poster that the books were on. So I just like stitched that around the thing in a variegated Brennan needle floss that was like kind of matching the same colors. And then I didn't even realize this, but she took a picture of it after she got it with the first page of the book. And it's the quote that's in, seriously? Can we do this?
Doesn't want to focus.
Oh, there we go. It's like it's like the quote that's on the first page of the book. And I didn't even realize that it was the same thing. I thought it was just like a random quote from one of the many books that she's written. But yeah, so that turned out really nice, and she really, really liked it. So that made me happy. The first thing that I've ever like designed, really. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Ooh.
That was my actual all my finishes.
And the one I forgot, I didn't remember until you guys
Yeah.
did yours, until you all did yours, but I also stitched a Quirky Quaker Pride for D and put it in the box. I used the ace colors on the flag and then the pan colors around it with a rainbow border. So that was a fun thing to participate in, and watching their video about it was so much fun. Just seeing what everybody else put in the box was really cool, and
yeah,
it was fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought you had made one and then you didn't show it, and then I was like, am I crazy? Maybe she didn't make one. Yeah, okay.
No, yeah, I was going off of my Instagram, and I never posted a picture of it, so
That's right. So
yeah,
it
that was fun.
So this has been, I think, significantly longer than we thought it would be.
Yeah.
So if you've made it this far, thank you for sticking with us. I had fun. I don't know about me and Megan, but I bet they had fun too.
A lot of fun.
I had a lot of fun. I especially love seeing all of Amy's projects because you only kind of see little glimpses of your stuff on Instagram. So yeah, and some of those bigger fancy ladies, I'm very excited to see the finished version.
Me too. You and me both. You and me both. I've had so much fun hanging out with you all. Thank you for letting me crash your Flosstube channel.
Maybe when we do our mid-year WIP review, we can have you back and we can see what you've done in the first 6 months.
I would love to come back. Yeah, that would be fun.
It's a date.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so Megan and I will probably be back end of January-ish for our regular check-in. Amy will be back in six-ish months. Yeah. Were you gonna say something, Megan? You look like you had.
Don't forget about the giveaway. Go look at Christy's patterns and tell us which one is your favorite, and you may be a winner.
Yay!
Yeah, so many good ones to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you all. We will see you next time. Bye.
Bye.